Hey guys, welcome back to another stream. In today's stream, we're not even playing a game. We're reacting to Gamescom, which is a FNAF event. Or not FNAF, which is a gaming event. Speaking of FNAF, I don't expect FNAF to be here, but, you know. I don't know why I said FNAF. But, yeah. So, yeah, this is a gaming event. There's going to be a bunch of trailers and stuff, I'm assuming. I think the actual event, like, if you go, you can actually play demos and stuff for a bunch of games, too. I'm pretty sure, at least. And I think there's, like, other events. I think there's, like, an Xbox event involved, too. I don't know. Something like that. But today is just the opening live stream for it, which is going to have some trailers and stuff, so... I'm going to open up the actual thing itself. Oh, hey, T-Dreads is streaming with,
At Wayfair, we bring
Gibby.
style to every get.
What are they playing? Well, FNAF World Over-Analysis Live.
I know at least
please.
one of you is not subscribed.
It's done.
Oh, Unwithered Truth.
Oh my god.
Oh, nice. Unwithered Truth has just got 100,000 subscribers. Nice. That was nice timing for me to join the stream. T-Dreads, Unwithered Truth, and Gibby are streaming right now, and Unwithered Truth just got 100,000 subscribers, which is nice. Good for him. Anyway. It's a FNAF event, a bunch of FNAF stuff. Anyway, I need to open up this. Okay. So, opening night live. And it shows a bunch of games here. I don't know if there's going to be more than just these games or just these games, but I'll read them all. So, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, Resident Evil Requiem, so RE9, Fallout, Ghost of Yotei, I think it's pronounced, which is a Ghost of Tsushima sequel. Ninja Gaiden 4, I think? Hard to read that, honestly. But I think it's Ninja Gaiden 4. Silent Hill F, World of Warcraft Midnight, and The Outer Worlds 2. So, I don't know if there's going to be more than that. But that's what there is today. And I wanted to stream it because, well, Resident Evil and Silent Hill I want to get at some point. Or, well, I'm going to get immediately. Silent Hill F I think I'm going to ask for my birthday. Like, pre-order it. Ghost of Yotei. I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima. It's hard to say it. Ghost of Tsushima. I haven't played it before, but I want to, and I want to play Yotei as well. At some point, probably not for a while. I'll probably stream both of them, but it probably will be like a long time from now, since I have a lot of other stuff that I'm prioritizing streaming. But Black Ops 7, I'm not really that into Call of Duty. I played like Black Ops 3 and stuff with my sister sometimes, and I've played some of Cold War too. I haven't played any like campaigns or anything. I just I don't really play the campaigns. I just play like multiplayer and zombies sometimes. But so yeah, I don't really care that much about Black Ops 7, but still I just want to see what it looks like. I think I remember hearing like kind of mixed things about Black Ops 6. So Fallout I've never played, but I would like to get into it at some point. Ninja Gaiden 4, I don't know what that is. World of Warcraft, I know what it is, I've just never played it. And Outer Worlds 2, I don't really know what that is, so. Also, I remember a long time ago, I made this, I made a bingo card. You know how people sometimes make bingo cards for like things they hope to see in like a game or something? I made a bingo card for things I was hoping to see in a state of play. Never expected all of them to be on there, but I did always expect at least one of them to be on there, and it was always literally 0 things on there. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe we make another bingo card of just like an updated one, because this one I made... When did I make this? Bingo. I made this in January 2024. It was over a year and a half ago. before the RE4 Remake Gold Edition came out, and before Silent Hill 2 came out, before RE9 was announced, before the Captain America Black Panther game got its official name revealed, before the OG RE games were put on PC, but before, what else? Before Little Nightmares 3, actually no, Little Nightmares 3 still hasn't happened. Well, it's still happening, but, it was also before Spider-Man DLC was confirmed to not be happening. So, this thing is kind of outdated, so I'm thinking I make a new one right now. And, like, on stream, we'll see what we would like to add. Let's see. State of play. Nope, not state of play. Just bingo card. Template. Okay. Here's our bingo card. So, what would we like to add to this? Oh yeah, did I also say it was before the Wonder Woman game was canceled? So, there's that as well. So, what can we add on here? Obviously, we can add RE9. We know that's happening in this stream, but still. This doesn't have to be just for this stream specifically. It can be just for any, like, gaming event in the future, too. So, RE9. Silent... I'll do Silent Hill F. I'll just do SHF. And no, I'll just write Silent Hill. Okay. Show us. I am showing you. Oh, I'm not showing you the old one, but, like, it doesn't really matter. Because I'm making a new one anyway. Marvel 1943 we can add on there. Rise of Hydra. Not writing Rise of Hydra, just Marvel 1943. I think the Black Panther game was also canceled, wasn't it? So no need to add that. So we added Silent Hill F. We could also add Silent Hill 1 Remake. Because that was announced. I don't know if I'll just put it next to Silent Hill F. I don't think they'll do that yet because it's really early in the development, I think. But you know, it's still, maybe they'll have like an announcement about it or something. What else can we add? We can add Injustice 3 for sure. Yeah, sure, that's good. I didn't mean to do that, but that works. Injustice 3. I'm at the... Are you sure the new one you're making? I sent in showed up on the screen, yeah. Okay, so, what else? We could do just FNAF. Again, doubt it'll show up, but, you know, you never know. I'll also add Bendy, because I think I remember seeing a thing on Instagram this morning, that Bendy 3 was gonna, like, get an announcement about its title, either today or in the near future. I don't know if that's happened yet. I want to check, actually. Let me see. Bendy... Actually, no, I'll go... immediately. Ah, never mind. It's in 8 days. Bendy title reveal, : Bendy and the ... That's gonna be fun. Okay. premieres August 27th at 3:58 p.m. Very specific time for strange reasons. Anyway, I can still keep betting on there. This isn't gonna happen in this, but still, I can throw this on there. Interesting though that they're doing a Bendy 3 announcement this early, considering the Cage hasn't come out yet, right? So I'm wondering when Bendy 3 would actually come out, right? I don't know. I'm intrigued by that though. I'm excited for the Cage. I haven't played Lone Wolf yet. I am gonna play it probably. What day will I stream that? August 22nd, possibly. I think I said in my last stream, I'm busy late in the day. I don't know if I'll be busy early in the day. So if I'm not busy early in the day, then I'll probably stream that. I don't think I'm gonna like play the whole game or anything. I just kind of want, because I got it for free, so I might as well. I just want to just play it a little bit, see how it is. So what else can we throw on here? Honestly, I don't even know if there's enough things to fill out the whole bingo card. We can add Iron Man, because there is an Iron Man game happening. I think it's an EA game. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was continued on in here, or if that had an announcement here. Speaking of Marvel games, Wolverine. We've seen nothing about this game for 4 years. It was announced 4 years ago. Please, for the love of God, give us something. I know they're like all hands on deck for that right now, but like, you know, I would have expected at least something. But we've gotten one teaser 4 years ago and nothing since. Speaking of which, I'll also add Spider-Man 3. Doubt we'll get that. At least not in the near future. Like, obviously the game's not going to come out for like 5 years probably, but like, I'm thinking just maybe we'll get like an announcement about it or something. We can also add. Should we? Okay, I want to add our Resident Evil remakes. Do I do them individually or do I do them all together? Because there's not that much stuff on this list right now. We'll do them individually. RE1 remake. RE0 remake. RECV remake. RE5 remake. Whoops. Alright. So. Oh, we can add the fighting games. What is it? Marvel Token, I think? I think it's Marvel Token Fighting Souls. Yeah. It's like an anime style. I don't know if it's anime, but like it's similar to it, I think. Is it anime? I can't tell. I'm not a big fan of anime, so I'm not as well versed in that kind of stuff. But yeah, it looks pretty cool. I think we might get something like that. And also, I put him in the thumbnail. I have no idea if he's gonna be here, but I'll add Invincible Versus. I'm actually really excited for that game because Invincible, one of my favorite shows. I have the first comic. I'm excited to read it. But there's a new game coming out. It's kind of like in the style of Injustice. It's a a fighting game in that kind of style, and like Mortal Kombat, right? I can add a Mortal Kombat too. But yeah, I'm really excited for that because it's also gonna like have its own unique story, and I love the plot of Invincible, so I'd be really excited to see like the story, like a new story in that universe. So, what else do we got? Oh, we can add GTA 6 for sure. And we will add Little Nightmares. That we still have 5 more. I'll add God of War. I have no idea if there is going to be another God of War in the near future, but I don't know, maybe they'll announce one. Oh, we could add like The Witcher 4. Why not? Because that was announced. I don't remember when, but I know it was announced. Yeah. Okay. Gamescom is starting in 10 minutes. See what people are talking about in the chat of that. So I can get some more ideas. Oh my, you know what? I agree with this guy right here. Give us Knack 3. Please, for the love of God, I want Knack 3. I don't know if any of you guys have ever played. Oh! I saw someone say Batman. I'll say Arkham. I'll say Batman. Because they are doing Batman stuff in the future, I think. I think they're still planning on doing more of that. So, definitely add that. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever played Knack. It's actually kind of similar in a lot of ways to Devil May Cry in terms of like how the combat works, only it's not a sword. You're playing as a guy made of like a bunch of rocks. And it's really cool. It's not a super popular game, but I really like it. It was like a big part of my childhood. I used to play it all the time. Did somebody else say Knack? I could have sworn I saw somebody else say Knack. I don't know. Oh, I can add... Okay, yeah, I got the last 2. Okay. Speaking of which, DMC 6. For sure, we could add that. And finally, The Walking Dead, Saints, and Sinners 3. Because I've played Saints and Sinners 1. I like it. I haven't played Saints and Sinners 2 yet. I will stream it at some point, but probably not for a while. Because I have a lot of stuff, a lot of other stuff I'm gonna prioritize streaming, like the Arkham games and all that. So, also I don't have the game yet, so I need to buy it. Ugh, I'm tired. Anyway, yeah, this is my bingo card. So yeah, I'm not expecting much of this, but I think we'll get some of it, hopefully. Again, it might only be these. It very well may only be these. And if it is only these, then I'm not going to be upset or anything. But I'm just saying, if it is only these, then 1 and 2 will be on there. So yeah, I guess we'll see. And again, we can use this for any future like live stream, whether it's State of Play, PlayStation Showcase, Game Awards, Summer Game Fest, anything. We can use this stuff. And we'll probably whenever a new game is already out, we'll like edit things. So like after RE9 comes out, we'll just add in RE10 and just replace it, and then Silent Hill F we'll just like replace with I don't know, next Silent Hill. So yeah, whenever these games come out, we actually just like replace them. I'm just gonna save this as bingo card. There we go. And then I'm gonna swap to face cam for a second while I'm opening that up. I'll have this on my second monitor while I'm watching. And yeah, okay, so we got like 5 minutes left until this thing starts. I'm sorry, what did this guy say? Am I reading that right? Okay, let's go. Let's go back down. There we go. Resident Evil. We're getting Resident Evil. Also, I finished editing, or not editing. I finished writing my newest, or my next theory, last night. And let's just say it's 7 pages long. Meaning it's going to be about between like 20 and 25 minutes long. I had a lot to say. I do like the theory. I'm not going to like editing it though. That's going to suck. I want to go to bed. I woke up at 10 a.m. More like 11, but 10:45. Anyway. So. Just full screen, why not? How's it going, Jeff? Watch the first game that's shown just not be on that list, and then watch me freak out and be like, we could get more stuff. I do hope DMC 6 does happen though, because DMC 5 was one of my favorite games of all time, so yeah, I'd really like to see a DMC 6. Especially since it's been, like, what, 6 years since DMC 5 came out? Call of Duty, Resident Evil, Fallout, today. They edited in the today when it became the day. Alright. My headphone fell off. Ah, shit. We got a minute left. So in the meantime, how's life? I am dying. I gotta record my theory video today. You know, the 25-minute one, meaning the recording will probably be like 45 minutes long. That's gonna suck. I have 2 videos already recorded. One of them guaranteed to be a video, the other one just, I don't know yet. But I'll see. And this stream might turn into a video. I'm not sure yet. Oh crap, I broke it. What was I saying? Waiting for the Game Awards. I completely forgot what I was saying. This might turn into a video depending on what's in it. The Resident Evil stuff I probably will turn into a video. I don't know. Just depends what's shown. RE9 and Silent Hill F, I'll probably just turn those into one collective video. If other stuff appears, then I'll also just include that as well. And I'll just do, like, Gamescom highlights. So, I don't know. It's like, if they do show other stuff, I'm just like, I'm wondering what kind of stuff they will show. Because I don't know if I've ever watched Gamescom before. I might have, but I honestly don't remember. I don't think I've ever watched it on stream. I've seen Summer Game Fest on stream last year. I was going to stream it this year, but it was like one of the 2 days of the entire week that I was busy, so I couldn't. And then of course that's when RE9 was announced, which was wonderful. Just great timing for that. It's 1 p.m. You want to start, buddy? Be like me. Start like 3 minutes early. If you're able to. Genuine question. How come PlayStation State of Plays and showcases are live streams and not premieres? Because they're already recorded and edited together. Doesn't it just make sense to be a premiere and not a stream? You think they edit it all together and then they just put it on a monitor and then they just stream the monitor, like that screen of the video that they already recorded? Just premiere it. Like, what's the difference? Alright, so any day now. Also, regular Coke Zero. I barely ever have this in my house anymore. It's so delicious. Also tomorrow, my best friends, Anish and Aaron, they're the guys that were in my Help Wanted 2 stream. Or not stream, video. When I made my best friends play Help Wanted 2. That was a fun video to record. But those guys, I haven't hung out with them in like 2 months, almost. Because Aaron was on vacation. And usually we don't hang out unless it's all 3 of us. Not like we're not best friends, like we are. It's just like we're a trio, you know? We can't do stuff with just like one of us unless it's just like if it's like school lunch and one of us skips class, then like obviously the two of us will hang out. But we're not going to actively go out on a day without all three of us, right? I'm not just going to like go out with just Anish, right? But all three, Aaron just got back from vacation, so all three of us are going out tomorrow. And then we're going out again the next day. So we're going out 2 days in a row. Which is why I'm not streaming tomorrow or Thursday. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. It's been a while, so. We're going to buy steak and cook it and eat it. Is this thing ever gonna start? I'm just trying to pass the time by talking about random shit. It's been 5 minutes. We are experiencing some technical difficulties. Will you please stand by? We will be back as soon as we can. I'm gonna open up the other thing that I'm gonna do in this stream, which is game theory reaction. After Gamescom is done, I feel like I might as well, that was loud, I might as well react to the new FNAF game theory, the one that came out on Saturday, because I haven't seen it yet, so I thought it makes sense to just watch it on stream, since I'm streaming this, and this is going to be over at some point, so might as well just watch it during this. I apologize, stuff knows. Hello, internet. Ah! What do you mean starts at 2 p.m.? Okay, well, we got another hour, I guess. Jesus Christ. This is false advertisement. They literally said... It's like, oh yeah, this thing is scheduled for 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. It's like, bro. I thought it was at 1. I should have just done the game theory reaction already. Like, what? And now the pre-show is in 28 minutes. How long is the theory? 15 minutes? And then I think the ending leaves you with a choice, right? Which are... oh my god, those are long. This last game theory is like 40 minutes long. Okay, great. Which is more time than just the pre-show. So I can't do that game theory reaction now. I should have started with that. Well, instead, what should we do? I'm sorry, but I'm on the side of people who despised it. The last theory? Okay. Good to know. But yeah, it's 15 minutes, 38 seconds, and then the last few seconds of the video gives you a choice between William is a thief and William is actually innocent. Why is William is actually innocent an option at all? No idea, but it is apparently. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, the thief one is 13 minutes and the innocent one is 12 minutes. So that in total, 25 minutes plus, let's see, 25 plus 16. So 25 plus 16 is 41 minutes. So that's a pretty long video. That's gonna be wonderful. I hope you missed Gregbot. It's coming back. Is it God David related? Okay. So, in the meantime, what should we do? What should we do for the next 30 minutes? Pre-show starts what time? Is it 1:30 or 1:35? Okay. So we got 25 minutes left. What should we do in that time? Kind of Tom's alternate solution to the crying child. All right. Well, yeah, I don't know. What should we do? I'll open up my PS5 and maybe we'll play something on there. Maybe the Mercenaries in RE4. Maybe a couple matches of fighting in Injustice or something. I don't know. I'll see what games I have. You think I know what games I have, but honestly, at the top of my head, I don't remember. Because we have, 25 minutes to wait. I hear Robin fighting Firestorm. I'll leave that on in the background while I'm checking my phone. So we got Injustice 2, Spider-Man 2, Injustice 1, Arkham City and Arkham Asylum, which I'm going to stream at some point, so I'm not doing that. Secret of the Mimic, no. RE4 remake I can do. Any other games I can just install in the meantime? Quickly? I don't believe so. RE5 and 6, no. Ghost of Tsushima. I think I got that with PlayStation Plus. Dead by Daylight, I already have that on PC. And that's from PlayStation Plus as well. RDR2 I'm going to stream at some point. Not playing a VR game now. I could just play Knack. I could show you guys what Knack is. Honestly, I wouldn't even be opposed to just streaming Knack at some point. I love that game so much. And Knack 2 too. I don't really like the plot of Knack 2 that much, but I do like the gameplay a lot. Guardians of the Galaxy I have the disc for. God of War Ragnarok I have because I got it with the bundle for my PS5. Yeah, maybe I'll stream Knack at some point. After the Arkham games, though, if I end up doing that. Knack is peak gaming. Show us something that we won't see third game's trailer of. So you don't want me to play Injustice. Well, we probably won't see Injustice either. I do want to play Injustice, though. I kind of want to play Injustice. Not even the story, just like random fights, just for fun. Single fight. Okay, but who do we be? Who do I be? Superman.
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 Fighters approaching Fortress of Solitude.
I'm Superman fighting Superman.
You know what I'm about to say. This Earth only needs one Superman? Something along those lines.
Begin.
Punch him in the face.
I'm done holding back.
Shit. What was I doing with the knack game? Oh, knack. Okay. Yeah, I doubt we'll ever get an Act 2 or an Act 3, but.
I'm done holding back.
You will lose. Punched him in the face.
Yet. You will lose. Stay down.
Well, that's not very nice. Yeah, I don't remember when Act 2 came out. I think it was like 2017, something like that. I don't know. It's been a long time.
Batman. Batman.
I doubt we'll ever get an Act 3.
Fighters
But
approaching
it would be
Gotham
nice.
City.
Batman v Batman. '17, yeah. Okay.
Who is it under the mask? I'm the hero Gotham needs. We can't both be.
Begin.
He has a gold emblem. He's not like Superman. I can't do both. Ow. Ow, I think you're Batman. You're kicking my ass. Shit. Ow. You're kicking my ass. Fuck.
Rethink your strategy.
He's actually kicking my ass right now. Okay, fuck you up.
Rethink your strategy.
Fuck.
I'm ending this nightmare. I never quit.
Haha, bitch. I see them beating themselves up and how they actually make specific dialogues for those fights too. Yeah,
Wins.
there's a lot of like different dialogue that they can use, and like each character. Some of it is for each specific for each character, and some of it is just some of it can work for anybody. It's cool to see like how it works. Like it's just a bunch of different dialogue, and like I think it just some of it fits together, some of it doesn't, and the ones that do fit together are put together. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Green Lantern.
Let's do Green Lantern versus Green Lantern. We got about 20 minutes left. A little under 20 minutes left before we go again.
Fighters approaching Arkham Asylum.
The Green Lanterns look the same. Oh no, his is a little darker, I
I don't
think.
recall having a twin brother. No, I am you, Hal. Then you know I don't do mind games.
Begin.
Nice. Fuck.
range.
Take off the ring, Hal. Take yours off first.
No! Bitch.
Green Lantern wins.
Alright, now let's do Flash
The
versus Flash.
Superman.
No, Flash versus
The
Flash.
Flash.
You're the same speed.
Fighters approaching Arkham Asylum.
It would be cool if doing Flash versus Flash made it Flash versus Reverse Flash, considering they have the same mechanics.
Another time, Remnant?
The fuck?
Better than you in every way. No way you make a better omelet.
Begin.
Fuck, I'm trying to do that. Bitch. Wanted to go get a drink. Ouch. Which combo is it? What is that combo? There we go. That's not the combo I was going for, but that is a combo. So I wanted to do that one too. Anyway. Aquaman versus Aquaman next?
Aquaman.
Also, why is Aquaman on the hero's side when he literally takes Superman's side?
Aquaman. Fighters approaching Atlantis.
Atlantis needs a proper king. She has one already, usurper. Not by my count.
Begin.
Excuse me. Ah. Shit.
Seas conspire against you. Seas conspire against you.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. We said the same thing to each other. I'm just trying to do that combo. Bitch. fucked, bitch. Nice. We got 10 minutes left before the pre-show.
Cyborg.
They do Cyborg versus Cyborg. Will it be Cyborg versus Grid? Probably not.
Fighters
Even though it
approaching
should be.
Gorilla City.
This time, my neural network's off limits. I'll beat whatever encryption you've got.
This
No,
time.
you're gonna be offline.
It's funny that he said this time my neural network's off limits. Because, they hack his neural network in, like other Cyborg hacks his neural network. Why are you not doing the combo? There we go.
I'm more than you can handle.
What was that? Nice. I learned a new combo. Get the fucking Roomba, bitch.
Cyborg wins.
Who do I do now? Green Arrow versus Green Arrow. That's what I'm doing.
Green Arrow.
We'll make this the last fight. I don't know why he's red.
Fighters approaching Red Sun Prison.
Arrow Cave is not a stupid name. It's called the Quiver now. That actually makes sense.
Nice.
Now where's that sleeping gas arrow?
I didn't mean to do that up. Bitch. Wait, that's fire. It's a fire combo, hold on. Can I do the fucking combo, bitch?
That's embarrassing.
You're a bitch.
We packing the same arrows? It was very much intentional.
This bitch wouldn't let me do my combo. Fine, die.
Green Arrow wins.
Alright. Congratulations, Deb. I'm happy you know what your type is. I'm afraid of the fact that I'm your type, but that's beside the point. Anyway, swapping out of the game. Is thing starting yet? 5 minutes left. Alright. Why is my hair doing this? There we go. That's fine. Yes, I agree, Injustice 3. Please. I need Injustice 3 in my life. Currently in the process of collecting comics from 3 different series. Invincible, The Walking Dead, and Injustice. To be fair, Injustice I only have the first one. Of like 6. 5 or 6. I'm gonna get the 3 main, the first 3, and then I'm gonna get a compendium of them, but of the next ones. But Walking Dead, I have the first 5. I bought the 4th one a couple days ago. I already had 5. Don't ask why I got 5 first. But yeah, next after that, I'm probably gonna ask my brother to get me the 2nd compendium of The Walking Dead, which starts from, I think it's like 9 to 18 or something, like volumes 9 to 18. I have up to volume 5. So someone said Injustice is garbage. I'd like to just clarify that they are the ones that are garbage. I'm actually gonna go up and, where was that comment? There it is. I'm just gonna highlight it so people know exactly who said it, so they can go find him. Anyway, go on. Moving on. But yeah, I'm gonna ask my brother to get me the 2nd Walking Dead compendium, which starts from 9, and I don't have 6, 7, or 8. But the 2nd compendium is on sale right now, so I'd rather my brother not spend that much money on me for my birthday. So instead of him getting the second Invincible compendium for me, I'd rather him get that, and then I'll get the Invincible ones myself. And then I'll also continue getting the Walking Dead volumes until I get until I get 6, 7, and 8, and then I'll get the other Walking Dead compendiums after I get all the Invincible ones. There's only 2 more Invincible ones. I'll probably get one of them from my next paycheck. And then I was gonna get both, but I'm also going out with my friends soon, so I'd rather not spend all my money. And the 3rd compendium, I'll probably get the time after that. Alright, we got 2 minutes left. Alright. Put my controller down. I don't know why I still had it in my hands in the first place. I also gotta get the next FNAF book. I think it's pronounced Ephemera. I don't know. The Ticket to Fun thing, the novelty book.
Hello and welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025 pre-show.
Hey,
I'm Kyle Bossman. The main show, Opening Night Live, the one with Black Ops 7 and Resident Evil Requiem, hosted by Jeff Keighley. That's soon, but not yet. This is the waiting room. And the secret about the ONL pre-show is that it's good itself. We've got an absurd amount of trailers and reveals and premieres right here in the lead up. So let's not waste another microsecond. Here's a brand new game reveal.
Yo, remember me? Your old pal Bubsy? From all those classic games you loved.
I actually don't know.
Forget about that. Let's talk about the new one. Bubsy 4D. Now this I like. So, where are we going next? Don't mind if I do. Zoink! They call me the Orange Blur. Do any of these outfits come with pants? You know I've only got one brain cell, right? And it's working overtime on this baby. Atari? I didn't even know they were still around.
The first game I ever played on my PlayStation 29 years ago was Bubsy 3D. If you told me back then that one day I would be introducing
Gamers suck. They get
to the
so
world,
mad when they don't see what they want.
I'd say, yeah, that sounds about right. Now let's keep this pre-show popping. Here's another
Everybody
brand
in
new game
chat is just
announcement.
saying L. It's like, what's wrong with that? I'm sorry, it's not what you wanted. But there's more games coming out than just the ones that you like. Galactica. Battlestar Galactica, Scattered Hopes.
You're watching the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show, which will basically be me teeing up wall-to-wall trailers in the time before the main event. We do have an interview coming up with the project lead of Double Fine's Keeper. For now, here's a trailer for a LucasArts classic remastered by Night Dive Studios.
Dying kid, keep that feet.
This is like a Western kind of thing. You suck at aiming. How did you miss every single shot in this trailer besides that last one?
A city that has a fine name on it. It's gonna take more than bullets to get what you want, mister. Once a lawman, always a lawman.
If you thought maybe I was exaggerating a little bit when I said this pre-show is filled with exciting and really good trailers because it's my job, normally you'd be right. However, sometimes a trailer is actually just unmistakably exciting and really good, like this one.
have no idea what's happening right now.
In this year's Xbox Showcase, Double Fine announced their first new game since Psychonauts 2. It's called Keeper. And joining us tonight in a recently pre-recorded interview is the game's project lead, Lee Petty.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me.
I'm so excited to have you here. So you showed a first look at gameplay of Keeper. The game itself is about the lighthouse, but also the bird as well, right? This duo. And I'm curious
You're
about
playing as a
whether
lighthouse?
that was conceptualized first as like imagery, like it sounds like a cool idea, or if that was conceptualized first from like a gameplay standpoint.
I always think about the total experience more than, say, mechanics and art and story. A lot of the game is about, you know, this lighthouse waking up after eons of lying dormant and learning to walk. And the bird is part of that, right? So the bird and the lighthouse are perfect companions because they're different. At the same time, the bird is wary of dark spaces, and there's a malevolent presence around the island that the lighthouse can keep at bay. So together, those two
Seems very
set out on
goofy,
this
but it's
tale,
kind of funny.
and their abilities complement each other, but also the bird becomes, I think, kind of the emotional heart of the game.
You have an extensive background as an art director, right? I think that's apparent when anybody just looks at Keeper for the first time. So I'm curious about your inspirations.
You know, there's so many inspirations for Keeper, and one of the ones that really stuck out was the Dark Crystal. I saw it as a kid, and it was really inspiring to me because it felt like such a different take on a fantasy world that I hadn't seen before. And it was beautiful, but also a bit tragic. It was scary at times, but also really playful and fun.
Do the bird and the lighthouse have names?
Yeah, well, at least the bird does. And we call the bird Twig internally because she has a beak that is made of driftwood.
But for now, the lighthouse is simply the lighthouse.
It's just simply the lighthouse, yeah.
Lee, thank you so much for joining us here in the pre-show. When will people be able to play Keeper?
On October 17th this year, which is coming up really soon, and we can't wait for people to get in there and experience our strange, beautiful world for themselves.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, that was a great interview. And if you thought this pre-show couldn't get any more masculine...
That seems kind of silly, but also kind of cool.
Watch this.
At last, Castle Grayskull is mine. Not so fast.
There's a toy. We have that toy. What is it? Skeletor? He said.
Yes, it's He-Man and the
I've heard a lot about like
Dragon
these,
Pearl of Destruction.
this kind of stuff. I've never actually played anything about it or anything, but
Grab a friend and fight for Eternia with 4 playable heroes. Classic arcade control.
but I think it's Skeletor. I have a toy of him at my grandparents' house. Well, I don't have it, but like it's at my grandparents' house.
Dragon Pearl of Destruction coming soon from Limited Run Games.
Thanks for joining us here at the Opening Night Live pre-show. We're only about halfway through. It's a sufficiently chunked up show. And just to prove my point, here's a new trailer for Absolum.
For what? Seems like the pre-show is like focused on the smaller, lesser-known games, which is cool to give recognition to that. But the chat is so annoying. Why did I just see somebody say woke? Like, what the fuck?
October 9th. That's a release date reveal. And I think Frog Mage revealed too. That was cool. Now, if you'd like to take a break at this moment,
Skalski's
maybe
high
grab a
or about to
water
fall
and some
asleep, or
snacks,
both.
I really can't recommend it. Here's a brand new look at Long Gone.
Oh, this game actually I kind of want to get. I've seen this before. I actually kind of want to get this game. One of my friends...
What did they do? Weld these things on?
One of my friends who knows that I like zombies so much has shown me this game, like sent me a trailer for it. And like it actually looks kind of cool. It's like really retro and like old looking, but it's also kind of charming in a way, and I like obviously I like zombies, so like I'm actually really excited to get to like see this, and I'm probably gonna get it and play it. I don't know for sure. I might not, but like, I'll probably like wait to see like what the reviews are like. I probably won't pre-order it, but I think this game actually looks cool. Oh shit.
Sometimes, frankly, I'm impressed by the amount of nice worldwide reveals they book for this show. Here's another one.
What is this? Jesus. Oh, damn. What is that? He's drinking a potion. Oh shit. The fuck? It's a monster. He's turning into G. This seems kind of interesting. This is one of those games that I would like write down the name of, and then I'd come back to later on and see how it ends up being. It looks kind of cool. Valor Mortis.
So it's my sworn duty as pre-show host to make people excited about Gamescom opening night live. Thing is, you can't just tell someone to be excited. You can't just say, y'all excited, and expect people to start clapping. You have to give them a reason to be excited. So, here they are, the top 10 reasons to be excited for Gamescom opening night live 2025. Number 10. Hearing people make noise when someone asks if they're excited. Number 9, a new trailer from The Outer Worlds 2. Number 8, the emotional adventure of seeing a new game for the first time and not knowing if it's free to play or not until the end of the trailer. It's anyone's guess these days. Number 7, Ninja Gaiden 4 is showing up. And every time there's an Azuna drop, someone in the audience always goes, yeah! Number 6, knowing there's no Silk Song, understanding there's no Silk Song, but still thinking, what if there's Silk Song? Number 5, Ghost of Yotei is in this? PlayStation just had a 19-minute gameplay blowout. You have to wonder what they've been saving for Gamescom. Is that Wolf gonna do something crazy? Number 4, Silent Hill F going full freak mode. Number 3, watching game designers develop their public speaking skills in real time. Number 2, the worldwide reveal of Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Now you might be saying, didn't that already happen a
Sorry,
couple of
wrong
months
button.
ago? No. That was the teaser. This is the worldwide reveal. And the number 1 reason to be excited about Gamescom opening night live 2025, Resident Evil Requiem.
Absolutely.
So they just announced this at
You're
Summer Game
goddamn
Fest,
right.
And then they said, see you at Gamescom. Well, look at the time. It's Gamescom. Or it will be in a matter of minutes. You're still in the pre-show. But How about a new look at Planetenverteidigungskanonen?
What?
Good morning, Commander.
What?
The cooperative state has honored me with the supervision of your well-being. Get you back up to speed before our lives are on the line.
What's this game called?
Glad to see you've not lost your touch. Multiple separatist vessels approach. They wish to eliminate this facility. Destroy them before they do.
The days fly by when you love what you do.
Welcome again to the Gamescom Opening Night Live pre-show. If you're just joining us, there's still plenty of time to enjoy some bonus video game trailers before the big show begins. Here's a freaky one.
Hello. What's this? It's dark. I'm sorry. How does happen? That a gun? Reminds me a little bit of Dead Space so far. Routine.
Interesting fact about that game, they actually created that whole environment by 3D scanning the entire bathroom of Jeff Keighley's mansion. Now, we've got 3 more videos and not a lot of time left before ONL begins, so next up, 2 trailers back to back.
Millions of souls pour into the underworld every day. You're no different. My lord, he's here.
Galactus. Wait, no.
The mortal world once more.
Fallen leaves return to their roots. You shall gather the souls that stray.
I've watched over this city for ages, and every name in your scroll of death. Not one of them dies quietly. You, a soulless husk. You can judge my fate. Why wrestle rogues when their artifacts can do what brute strength cannot?
What? The soulless husk?
The living cast their dead to play.
Someone in chat just said buying as soon as the woman showed up.
Here we go again.
so done.
What is this, truck driver simulator?
Bad news, Deacon. Storm's almost on top of you.
I got eyes on it.
You can still turn around, you know.
Pineview won't hold out. XDC Logistics.
They said you were coming. But take care now, you hear?
That is a tornado. Truck driver in a tornado simulator. Road Kings. Is he really a truck driver simulator?
I'll give you a moment to catch your breath after that. But to be honest with you, that was not the last King of the Road you're going to see in this pre-show. I've got one more trailer for you, a brand new reveal for Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Oh. Alright. Happy birthday to Pac-Man. Pac-Man is Sonic. Alright. Sure.
And
Why
that
not?
concludes another 10 out of 10 pre-show. Up next, Black Ops 7, Ghost of Yotei, Silent Hill F, Resident Evil Requiem, even more apparently. It is time for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2025. Thanks for watching.
18 plus disclaimer. I'll be 18 in 6 days. That's good enough.
Please welcome your
I was watching
host,
Land of the Dead
creator
yesterday. It
of
was
the Game
glorious shit. I don't
Awards,
care about anything I
Jeff
watch here.
Keighley.
It's not too inappropriate for me, trust me. Hey, Jeff.
You guys ready?
Well, I got some goofy ass
Guten
shoes.
Abend. Welcome to Gamescom.
Oh, yeah, this is in Germany, right?
All right. This is Opening Night Live. Hello, everybody, and this is the kickoff to the biggest games festival in the world right here in Cologne, Germany. We've got over 5,000 fans in the hall here at Cologne Messe tonight. Welcome, everybody. And by the end of the week, more than 300,000
So stupid ass stage. People are sitting here while he's over here. They have to turn their heads back to look at him.
Didn't die, it just moved right here to Germany. And of course, there are millions more watching live around the world. No matter where you are, we're all connected tonight as one global community to celebrate the art, creativity, and joy of games, from the boldest indies to the biggest blockbusters. Today, the game industry has never been more dynamic. Clever ideas from small teams are breaking through in huge ways. This summer, Peak, a co-op climbing game created by Aggro Crab and Landfall Games, stormed the charts on Steam, and right now I can announce for the first time it has sold over 10 million copies to date. Congratulations to the team.
I don't know what that is.
And there's also other fun ones, like you guys have probably
I've never heard
Date
of it.
Everything, a wild dating sim where you can romance a treadmill or a curtain. It's on Steam right now. Check it out. It's sold. It estimated 500,000 copies. All these successes prove something important. Small teams with big ideas can change the industry. And that brings us to one game made by a handful of developers in Australia. For 6 years, Team Cherry has been crafting Hollow Knight Silksong. It is highly anticipated and Steam's most wish-listed game.
Really?
Well, tonight, I can finally definitively tell you
There's
that
no
Silksong
news.
is 100% actually launching this year.
Nice.
And behind me, you're seeing some brand new Silksong gameplay, the first extended look since the last trailer in
I've never played
2022.
Hollow Knight.
And starting tomorrow, you guys here at Gamescom can play a demo at the Nintendo and Xbox booths.
Nice.
There you go. Silksong is real. And on Thursday, Team Cherry is going to be sharing some news as part of a YouTube premiere on their channel, so make sure to check that out. Tonight, we'll give you a first look at this holiday's biggest games, like Call of Duty Black Ops 7 and Ghost of Yotei, plus major news on Prime Video's Fallout Season 2 arriving in December. And later, we'll have a special performance of the music of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, one of this year's most celebrated games developed right here in Europe. Plus, a brand new look at Resident Evil Requiem from Capcom.
Hell
and the
yeah.
world premiere of the opening cinematic from World of Warcraft Midnight from Blizzard. Now, as always, O&L is also about surprises, and we do have multiple brand new AAA game announcements and reveals over
Nice.
the next 2 hours, so stick around
Awesome.
right until the end.
2 hours we
This
got.
is our biggest opening night live we've ever done, so let's not waste another second. It all begins with this.
It brings me such satisfaction to see you here. A witness to my work.
What is this?
They want you afraid. Fear makes you easier to control. It's time to wake up.
Your streets shall once again run red with your blood.
Raul Menendez ignited global unrest on an unprecedented scale.
Menendez is a terrorist. We're bringing peace and security to the world.
He refuses to let me go.
Alright, that's the guy that's, I don't know his name in real life, but I know he's the ogre in Gotham. Not like a literal ogre, like he's a guy. He's a serial killer. His name is the ogre. That was a really good storyline in that show. I love Gotham. Fire show.
This isn't real.
The hell it ain't!
I don't know all the lyrics to the song, but I know the song. Because my my family is really big on like heavy metal and shit. I'm not. But I know a few songs. A little bit.
Pull it together, man! So eager to leave, David. Killing a man
a hell of a lot easier than killing the idea.
You were never cut out to be a Mason.
No more games. This ends now.
Get the Reznov Challenge Pack when you pre-order now.
I tried singing along and then I realized, oh yeah, I don't know the words. Zombies! What the hell?
How about that?
November
Zombies, of
14th.
course, Dead Ops Arcade as well, and it looks like
Dead
we
Ops.
also have an official date. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 releases on November 14th. And to tell us more, please
Nice.
welcome Miles Leslie from Treyarch and Natalie Pohorsky from Raven to Opening Night Live. Hello, guys. Congratulations on the reveal. Welcome, Miles and Natalie to Opening Night Live.
Thanks for having us. We're very excited to finally talk about this game.
Yeah, excited. Let's get into it.
All right, well, that trailer was obviously intense. Black Ops is back. Twisted world of Black Ops as always, and it looks like you're definitely pushing the envelope again.
Absolutely, Jeff. It's been a long road, and we're thrilled to finally be sharing what we've been building. Black Ops 7's got a bold vision of the future. We're diving into 2035, and it's a future that feels real, just out of reach, but it's twisted in only the ways Black Ops could. And, you know, you come to expect what you got there. It's a world of fear. The shadows are gone. Nothing is what it seems.
Yeah, 2035 setting. So the question is, you know, we're wondering, how does Menendez, how does this all fit into the Black Ops timeline?
Yeah, so we're pulling threads from Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 6, but don't worry, don't get it twisted. This is a beast of its own, Black Ops 7. We're stepping into a world spiraling from the return of Raul Menendez and the consequences of the past.
All right, well, I'm curious who the protagonist is, so you can tell us who's stepping into the light in this game.
Yeah, David Mason returns, but he is not the same. He's carrying deep scars. Some you can see.
I don't know anything about the Black Ops
He's got a
plot,
new
so.
story with him, and every mission, every move is a test.
Now,
And
what
we're
makes the story
also-
stand apart? Yeah.
We're also introducing the Guild.
Yes.
Important to mention, a global tech force that claims to be humanity's last line of defense against this mysterious threat. And their CEO, Emma Kagan, is a visionary leader with a clear mission, but how she chooses to confront this crisis is often at odds with David and his team. So it's not a battle of good versus evil, it's a clash of philosophies. What kind of future are we building, and who gets to decide?
All right, so some deep thoughts there. So yeah, tell us about, how does this story stand apart this time?
It's the characters.
Okay.
So the story is about identity, memory, and consequence. And we've crafted this cast like pieces of a puzzle. So each one has a reason to be there, and each one brings something unique to the table. And we've also got our central city of Avalon, which is more than just a backdrop. It's a living, breathing space that evolves with the player. And it's also where our story roots take hold.
All right, well, one thing we want to talk about is gameplay, and I understand you're doing a co-op campaign for this one?
That's right. From the start, we wanted to make a bold change with the campaign. Black Ops 7 can be played solo or up to 4 players. It's a shared experience. And every mission has been handcrafted for variety. Tone, pacing, gameplay location. You're going to be running on the rooftops of Japan, exploring the Mediterranean coast, and then diving deep into the human psyche. All of it has been crafted to really add clues to the story and offer their own gameplay focus.
Wow, so wild story, co-op campaign, you are definitely pushing boundaries this time.
Yes, we are. Black Ops 7 is all about innovation across the entire game, and not just in gameplay, but in how we tell stories, how we connect players, and how we build worlds. And this is just the beginning. There's more to come at Call of Duty Next, including multiplayer and zombies. But for now, we hope you guys are excited to step into something new and experience something truly unforgettable.
Amazing. All right, Call of Duty Black Ops 7, thanks so much, guys. And now, here's a behind-the-scenes look from the rest of the Call of Duty development team. Thanks, guys.
Black Ops 7 brings an all-new way to play the Call of Duty campaign. This time, you're not going in alone. You have the option this year to play solo or up to 4-player
Michael
co-op
Rooker?
start to finish. You can bring
Was
your
I seeing
friends,
things, or was that
new
Michael
ones,
Rooker?
And there's a whole bunch of adventure even after
Could have
the story.
sworn I saw Michael Rooker in there.
For solo players, we really make sure that they can engage in the campaign the way they want to and feel like they're truly playing a Black Ops story.
What's going to be fun is having each player in your squad gravitate towards their own play style and then really playing it off of each other.
We've crafted this as an inherently social mode that features the amazing linear Call of Duty missions that our community loves.
Mission variety is at the core of the Black Ops 7 campaign. The pacing shifts between high-intensity combat, stealth-driven objectives, and deeply psychological sequences that challenge your perception of reality. Avalon serves as the narrative's anchor throughout, but the campaign stretches far beyond its borders, both geographically and thematically.
It's dynamic and full of opportunities to explore, experiment, and experience the story in new ways.
And in the culmination of the co-op campaign, we're unleashing something bold, the end game. It's a proving ground to put everything you've mastered throughout the campaign to the test. The end game is a brand new PvE social experience where you and your squad will need to survive overwhelming odds, adapt under pressure, and break the rules of what you thought a campaign could be. Each run is a new step in your power journey as you wield
A lot of freedom to have some fun with the gameplay mechanics, player movement. Players really can turn the map into their playground.
This is your chance to explore the world beyond the mission.
That's just a quick look at what's to come with the campaign. Every mode of this game is built with the intention to deliver the best possible experience to our players. So
It
whether
seems
you're
kinda
a
cool.
Call of Duty veteran,
I'm not
or
a big
new
Call of
blood,
Duty guy, but
there's something for you in Black Ops 7.
yeah, I'm not big on Call of Duty, but like, I don't dislike it or anything. Like, it's just like,
All right, for much more on
not really my thing. Like, I'll play it
Black Ops 7,
casually
make
with my
sure to
sister or
watch
whatever,
the
but like,
full
I wouldn't go out of my
Black
way
Ops 7 direct
to play
entry
it.
into Call of Duty next on September
But it
30th.
is pretty
Still
cool, and
to
that
come,
looks
we'll
cool.
have news on Fallout Season 2 and the announcement of a brand new game from adventure game legend Ron Gilbert. I grew up playing his games, and I can't wait to show you his next unexpected creation a little bit later. All right, who's ready for our first brand new game announcement of the night?
Sure.
I figured
What's
you'd
up?
feel that way. Well, to do the honors, please welcome back to ONL one of the most respected and recognizable hosts in esports. She's my co-host, Shox.
Who? Oh, buffered a little bit.
Hi everyone, thank you so much, Jeff. It is so great to be back here at Gamescom and ONL. I just had so much fun last year that I had to run it back. And let me just say, we have an unbelievable show for you tonight. And now without further ado, it's time for our first new game announcement at ONL. Please enjoy.
Our gods have forsaken us for fear of the coming darkness consumes all but you, lamp bearer. Something stirs within you. Something ancient, powerful, hungry. So I ask you, will you harness this darkness within and deliver unto our so-called lords retribution? But should you fall, the world falls with
How many hands you got? Jesus. A shit ton is the answer.
Fallen 2. Wishlist now.
I'm gonna turn up the volume a little bit.
Wishlist now. All right, Lords of the Fallen 2 is official, set 100 years after the last game as a fragile.
Let me know if this audio is good or if it's too loud or too quiet.
CI Games promises a sequel that's bloodier, faster, and more brutal than ever. With more aggressive combat and new boss battles, your first look at gameplay will arrive later this year. All right, now for something completely different. This next game won Game of the Year at the Game Awards and comes from one of the most celebrated studios on the planet. Next year, it's making the leap to become a major anime. And tonight, we're breaking the news with your exclusive first look.
What is this?
Sashina.
Oh, Sekiro. I still gotta watch the DMC animes. I know there's an old one and there's a new one. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of anime. I've recently been watching Demon Slayer because Blah forced me to. It's not bad though. I like it.
All right, we're just getting started. Our next new game announcement stars a hero who needs no introduction, a true legend of justice and gadgets.
Batman? Lego Batman? Lego Batman. Hi, Lego Batman. Oh, it's Robert Pattinson's Batman too. Or at least the logo is.
Become more than a man.
Based
I
on
need to
him.
become a symbol.
What did you have in mind?
I've never played a Lego Batman game, but I feel like I should. I've never played a Lego game, period.
I'm Batman.
Build the legacy. Oh, that's the, I forgot what it's called, but that's Joker.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. I'm allergic to nuts.
Who's the man behind
Robert
the
Pattinson
mask?
references, Heath Ledger references, Dark Knight references, Michael Keaton references. Everything.
I got you!
Penguin. It's like Danny DeVito's Penguin, but in the Batman. Yeah, this is the scene from the Batman, yeah. Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally?
Bane.
You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by... Ah! Who put that there? I could have really hurt myself.
He's so full of Lego. That was good. That's good. Lego Batman, Legacy of the Dark Knight. Oh, that's like the old Batman, pointy ears. Yeah, Golden Age Batman.
The Bat is back. Please welcome the head of Lego Batman development team, Jonathan Smith.
That was funny. It shows like there's like a lot of
welcome to ONL.
different Batman
All right, so after the
references
huge
and stuff.
success with Lego Star Wars, you guys are returning to Lego Batman?
We are so thrilled to reveal this game tonight for the first time to you all and to the world.
Yep.
And that's not all. At Gamescom, you will be able to play Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight.
Wow. Pretty amazing. All right,
that was
there will
the
be a
end of that
demo on the
sentence.
show floor.
Sounded like he was
going to
say more.
Now, let's break down that trailer because we see so many fan favorite references, to films and things like that. So, what is the story of this game?
This is the definitive, essential Batman story. We take you on Bruce Wayne's epic journey from origin to legend. You'll train with the League of Shadows. You'll fight crime on the streets of Gotham. And as the years go by, you'll establish your ultimate legacy as the Dark Knight. We've incorporated iconic moments and deep-cut references from decades of Batman movies, TV shows, comics, and games, all brought together and brought to life in our unique Lego world.
Well, we cannot wait for it.
Nice.
Let's also talk about the combat, because we've got some real gameplay here of the combat, and I gotta say, feels like you're really amping things up here this time.
Oh, the team has created a really rich, deep combat system that's authentic to Batman's unique style. So, surrounded by enemies,
it reminds me a
you'll
lot
pull
of the
off
Arkham games.
Powerful attacks,
combat.
counters, and takedowns. You'll use cool gadgets like batarangs to stun enemies. And
It's basically Lego Arkham games.
For the first time, we've added difficulty levels.
Are those Red Hood
Caped Crusader
goons?
and Dark Knight mode for those who want an extra challenge. And you'll build a new Bat family of allies as you're joined by playable partner characters like Jim Gordon, Catwoman, Robin, Batgirl, each with their own gear, which you'll need as you take on a rogues gallery of villains from Joker, Penguin, and many more, including the mighty Bane, as you saw in the trailer, voiced by the incredible Matt Berry.
Oh my God, I cannot wait to see what you're packing into this game. It also looks like you have a bit of is it an open world Gotham? Is that fair to say?
Sure, that's right. Gotham is a playground, a Lego playground where you're free to explore. You can grapple from rooftop to rooftop, glide over the streets, or cruise around in your choice of Batmobile.
Nice.
This game has it all.
I think you've sold me on it. All right, Jonathan. I'm pretty hyped about it.
That sounds really cool.
It will be here playable, as we mentioned, for all you here in Germany. You can play Lego Batman Legacy
You have
of the
my
Dark Knight
attention.
for the first time starting tomorrow on the Gamescom show floor.
Next year,
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Awesome.
I don't think it said
All
when
right.
next year,
now
but it said
over
next
to
year,
Shots
right?
with our next new game announcement exclusively on ONL.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Indeed, I find myself here in the audience. There we go. I find myself here in the audience. Thank you so much, Jeff. And some of the best fans at ONL. So is everybody having fun?
The guy in the bottom right.
Just getting started, still to come, we have an amazing musical performance from Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Look at him, he's so shocked.
And also a new look at Resident Evil Requiem, as well as a bunch of other surprises. I know what you guys are excited for, I can hear it. But now it's time for a new game announcement. A long-awaited sequel that fans have been eager to see for nearly a decade.
We have fought the enemies of humanity across 1,000 worlds. No respite, no remorse, no mercy.
What's this?
We are the wrath of the Emperor, his angels of death. But the Imperium lies broken, its armies scattered and reeling. Our foes rise to drag us down, and the galaxy has been torn asunder. On the world of Cronus, we make our stand. We are the Blood Ravens. There is no
So far, we've gotten Batman. Batman was on the list, so we've gotten something for that.
While Stephen, one of us lives.
Not exactly what I was expecting, but that's one ticked off the list. Now, I doubt we're getting that many more from that list besides what we already know. But I do hope we got some stuff. Oh, it's Warhammer 40,000. I already know Henry Cavill's watching this right now. He's like, oh my god, hell yeah. I love those clips of like interviews with Henry Cavill talking about how much he loves this game.
Centuries after the last great conflict, the battle for Kronos begins again in Dawn of War 4 with 4 playable factions and over 70 missions. Dawn of War 4 is coming in 2026 to PC. All right, cool. Now it's time for an unexpected update from the Monster Hunter Wilds team about a very special crossover event.
With Resident Evil. I mean, both are made by Capcom, so that would be kind of funny though. Tyrant versus, I don't know, monster. I don't know what the monsters are in Monster Hunter. I haven't played it. Final Fantasy 6 or 14. 14? 14. Late September. Monster Hunter Wilds. Available now. Didn't it come out like May or March or something?
To tell us more, it is my great honor to welcome two very special guests together on stage. Ryozo-san from Capcom and Yoshi P from Square Enix. Will translate for us. Well, guys, it's great to have you both together here at Gamescom. Ryozo-san, what can you tell us about this collaboration?
Hi, thank you, Jeff. ドイツの皆さん、配信をご覧の皆さん、こんにちは。今日ですね、このファイナルファンタジー14との特別なコラボレーションを発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思ってます。
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening to everyone at Gamescom and all the friends watching online. Today, we're very excited to announce a special collaboration with Final Fantasy XIV.
ですね、モンスターハンターワールドの時にもコラボさせてもらったんですけど、その時もですね、吉田さんとまたちょっと機会あったらどっかでやれたらいいですねみたいな話をしてたんですけど、今回それが実現しました。今日お見せした、映像はですねまだ一部でして、詳細は、来月皆様にお伝えできると思いますので、そちらの方を注目していただけたらと思います。あとですね、今回もですね吉田さんと、スクエア・エニックスのスタッフの皆さん本当に全面協力していただいたことをですね感謝してます。吉田さんありがとうございます。はい、でここからですね、ぜひ吉田さんにバトンタッチして感想をいただけたらと思っております。
After our collaboration in Monster Hunter World, I remember talking to Yoshida-san and discussing how much we wanted to do it again, and now we're very thrilled to make it happen. What we showed you is just a little glimpse of what's to come, so please look out for more information that's coming next month. But of course, Yoshida-san and the Square Enix team have been working just as hard with us on this special collaboration. So I'd like to not only thank him, but turn it over to him to share some thoughts.
Guten Tag, Gamescom! まずはこのような素敵な場所に招いていただいたジェフさん、それから我々にねいつも本当にたくさんのインスピレーションをくれる良三さん、それからカプコンの開発チーム、そして何よりゲームファンの皆さん、本当にありがとうございます。
Guten Tag, Gamescom. First of all, I'd like to thank Jeff for having us here and Ryozo-san for all the inspiration, the Capcom team for working on this special collaboration, and to everyone enjoying our games. Thank you so much.
今良三さんの方からもちょっとご紹介いただきましたけど、モンスターハンターワールドの時にもご一緒させていただいて、今回それに引き続き第2弾ということで、モンスターハンターワイルズとも、我々クロスオーバーと呼んでですね、全面協力して、コンテンツ開発してきました。
As Ryozo-san mentioned, we worked together on Monster Hunter World, and we wanted to make it happen again, and it's happening for Monster Hunter Wilds. We would call it a crossover, and we're very happy to make this happen with all of our efforts joined together.
もちろんクロスオーバーですので、ファイナルファンタジー14側にも、スペシャルなバトルコンテンツご用意しております。今日は先ほどねティーザートレーラーとしてモンスターハンターワイルズ側の映像を見ていただきましたが、我々もちょっとだけ映像をご用意してきました。
Since this is a crossover collaboration, not only Monster Hunter Wilds, but Final Fantasy XIV would also be having a special collaboration content inside it. Outside of the trailer we just saw, Final Fantasy XIV has also prepared a short trailer to show you what you can get.
Wow, all right. Well, thank you so much. Ryozo-san, Yoshida-san, here's the trailer.
I've never played either of these games, I want to be clear. I would like to play Monster Hunter at some point. I don't know what Final Fantasy is about, though. Maybe I'll play it at some point, but...
Something brought us back to this place. Something that knows us. Knows the rules. But what if this wasn't the place, after all? Look around you. They can see you.
Chapter
Do you believe
2.
this is real? This isn't a game. It's a test. But do you ever ask yourself, what are we here for? We're here to play. Are you ready to play? Welcome to the world's biggest gaming playground. Game on. 500,000 people.
While this is happening, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom and hope that nothing important happens
here
in the
Cologne.
while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Discover rising stars at Gamescom awesome indies. Step into the cosplay universe, on-site or online. Watch, join, become the hero. Experience live shows, esports battles, and creator events in the Gamescom event arena. Not in Cologne? Go to Gamescom.global. Stream the highlights on Gamescom Now, vote in the Gamescom Award, or dive into our Gamescom studio on Twitch and YouTube. And of course, we're here to play. Join the fun in our community RPG, Gamescom Epics. Loot awaits. We care. Gamescom runs on 100% renewable energy and puts accessibility first. The whole city joins in at the Gamescom City Festival. It doesn't stop there. The whole world comes together, not only here in Cologne, but also at Gamescom Latam, Gamescom Asia, and beyond. Welcome to Cologne. Welcome to Gamescom. All over the world. And now, keep on watching Gamescom Opening Night Live.
I'm ready to game, all right, and that was only a glimpse of what is to come here at Gamescom, the biggest playground in the world, and what it has in store for you. We're here to play, and the fun is just getting started. So, Jeff, what's next? Is it anything good?
I think it's going to be good. It's going to be a video game, I can tell you that much. Last year at the Game Awards, we had the honor of announcing the long-awaited return of one of Capcom's most iconic action series, Onimusha.
And tonight, we take the next step on that journey. Here's a brand new look at Onimusha, Way of the Sword, coming in 2026.
Where are my manners? Hello there, fallen samurai.
Hello. I'm back. It's a Capcom game. What is this?
Something like this was right under the city.
I missed anything?
What fearsome power! Be careful!
Nope, looks like I'm good.
And after everything you and your awful kind put him through, too. Were you feeling left out? Here, let me show you something to cheer you up.
Controlling this lightning.
I don't have time for these stupid games.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Anyway, do enjoy.
All right.
The automated industry complex will be the link, connecting and uniting every fragment of this shattered world. This is the driving force that will keep us going. Continuous improvement is essential for keeping pace with advancements in technology.
Pulling up the Batman trailer. Stand friends.
Simply talk about our dreams. We do what we can to make them a reality.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had that. I never use that anymore. Like the thing, the pop-up, like to download videos. It pops up every time that I copy a link, but I never use it anymore. Paradox Interactive presents a Paradox Tinto game. Aztec Empire. It's like a medieval game. All right.
One other matter. The Alpha. She was found.
This will truly be the birth of a new world.
A world where we are the one and only human race.
I'm afraid your friends.
As opposed to the two human races?
I see the years haven't been kind.
I know about the Alpha. Why is she here?
It's like a mech, like, what's going on?
You tore my heart out when you took him from me. Now it's your turn to suffer.
That's the time when Evan doesn't put on the Be Right Back screen. Yeah, I just, I wanted you guys to still be able to see what was happening.
Oh, Mother. Thank you.
Download the demo now.
Your sole directive is to now serve and comply. Do you comply?
No. A way out is here. I can feel it.
You guys having fun so far? We got a lot of shows still coming your way. All right, now it is time to head back into the wasteland. We're talking about the TGA award-winning Fallout series based on Bethesda's legendary RPG franchise. Season 1 earned universal praise for its tone, storytelling, and original characters, not to mention how faithfully it brought Bethesda's game world to life. Well, later this year, the series returns to Prime Video for Season 2. To tell us more, please welcome to ONL some very special guests. Series executive producer Jonathan Nolan, executive producer Geneva Robertson-Dorrit, and stars Ella Purnell and Aaron Moten.
I heard the Fallout show was really good. I've never played any of the games though, so I didn't end up watching it. But I might watch it at some point. I might play the games at some point and then watch it.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you all. Welcome to Cologne and Gamescom. Jonah, we've got 5,000 Fallout fans here in the hall tonight, millions more watching online, and we can't wait to hear about the new season.
Yeah, we're very excited. We literally just wrapped, jumped on a plane, and came out to see you guys. And Gamescom is actually really kind of where it started for us, the journey on this show. It was 2 years ago. We asked Todd Howard to come here and show the very first footage that anyone had seen anywhere of the first season. We didn't come because we figured if the reception was negative, we'd just blame it on Todd. So we're back, and given that history, it's that much more disappointing that we didn't bring any footage to show you guys.
Well, let's talk a bit about Season 2. As we see behind us, it looks like we're headed to New Vegas, right, Janelle?
Yes, Lucy and the Ghoul ended last season dealing with a lot of family troubles. So we thought it would only be right to send them to the most family-friendly town in the wasteland to go deal with their shit. And along the way, we're really excited to take them all to some of our favorite locations from the game.
Oh my God, yeah, it's such a classic game, and we're very excited to see what you have in store for us for Season 2. Ella, it's great to see you again. Thanks for coming out to Cologne.
Hello.
Last time we saw you was at Game Awards when Fallout won Best Adaptation. You were up against yourself in Arcane, and you won for Fallout. Congratulations. Yeah. We want to talk about Lucy's journey in Season 2. How do you think her exposure to the Wasteland is going to sort of affect her Vulture sensibilities this time?
Yes, the question is, what is she going to do when she finds her dad? Is she going to bring him back to her vault and give him justice, or is she going to give him wasteland justice, which is the ghouls' justice? I think a central question of the season is whether Lucy will transform the ghoul or whether the ghoul will transform Lucy, and how much they will influence each other.
Okay, I like it. Aaron, let's talk a bit about Maximus. He went through quite an evolution last season. Now that Lucy and Ghoul are kind of heading to New Vegas, tell us about Maximus. How does he get deeper into the Brotherhood of Steel this season?
So deep.
Yes.
So
Tell
deep,
us more.
Jeff.
Yeah, when we first met Maximus, all he wanted was to be a knight. And now, in very Fallout fashion, it's a little bit of a careful what you wish for moment. So here he is now with his newfound status, trying to make the world a better place in extremely, or I guess deeply flawed society.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we cannot wait to see what you guys have in store for season 2. Let's talk a bit about Ghoul. Can we expect more sort of Cooper Howard flashbacks as well in season 2?
Yes, absolutely. Cooper Howard and the Ghoul, played by the amazing Walton Goggins, definitely coming back. We have so much more to do.
Love Walton
Obviously,
Goggins.
we ended the last season with Cooper Howard dealing with, I think, a very common marriage problem. What do you do when you find out your spouse is planning nuclear war? And so he's going to figure that out. And as he does, he's going to uncover a greater conspiracy with huge implications for the Wasteland.
All right, well, we'll look forward to seeing how that unravels. Now, season 1, of course, was known for amazing original characters that you guys built in the Fallout world. We thought that was so cool. But now that you're diving a little more directly into New Vegas, I think the fans here want to know, are we going to see any more direct ties to the video game and characters, locations in this season?
Well, we're super proud of the original story that Geneva and Graham are telling. But there was one character in particular from New Vegas that I was really excited at the possibility of seeing a little bit more from. We're writers, we're no good at describing this stuff. Maybe we should, pictures worth 1,000 words?
Oh.
I think so.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like then...
I don't know what character
we
they're talking
might
about.
get to hear a little bit more Seal
anything
of
about
season
Fallout,
2.
but-
Is that possible tonight?
Well, I don't know, Jeff. I heard you like world premieres.
We like those, right, guys? Right, Gamescom?
Gamescom. All right, Gamescom. Here's a world premiere of our teaser trailer for season 2 of Fallout, streaming this December on Fallout Prime Video all over the world.
Amazing. All right, let's check it out. Thanks so much, guys. Here we go.
I'm looking for someone.
Common story around here. Someone you care about or someone you hate?
Oh, what a great question. What say you, Miss McClane?
Why would my dad go to Las Vegas?
You want to know why the world ended? It started here with one man.
It's all over, but the cry.
Cooper Howard, star of the silver screen.
And no,
like yourself, I am the very best at what I do.
But
and what I do is I know everything. I know there's a war coming. The bombs will only be the beginning. My concern is that you would do just about anything to save your family. I think you are actually quite a violent man. You just don't want to kill me yet.
Oh, damn. Dog.
Let's get lucky, shall we?
Hello.
I defer to you about what to do in this situation.
All right.
How about that? That looks incredible. Deathclaw, of course, in our first look at the new season, and Robert House is Jonathan Tease, played by Justin Theroux. It is an amazing Gamescom exclusive, and we've got another one for you. The first drop of the all-new Season 2 posters. We cannot wait to see what Lucy, Maximus, and the Ghoul have in store for us when Fallout Season 2 begins December 17th, with new episodes premiering weekly on Prime Video. All right, now back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. That looks so awesome. I can't wait. But last year, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle was acclaimed for its incredible gameplay and story. And next month, the adventure continues with The Order of Giants, a story expansion with new puzzles and foes. Here is your first look at the gameplay and a special announcement.
All right. Troy Baker was Indiana Jones, right?
What do you know about the legend of the Nameless Crusader?
Fierce warrior. Fought in the siege of Antioch, 1097 AD.
Yeah, Troy Baker.
Very tall, like a giant.
Pope Paul IV had an item of this crusader in his possession, his helmet.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I see the helmet, I'll leave it exactly as I found it. Sound good?
Uh-oh.
Oops.
Oops.
Giant guardians. Their roots go way, way back. Worshipped by the Mithras cult.
I can't believe you dare to investigate this.
Impressive for a snake. It says,
I'm gonna
Semper
confess
Vivus.
something right now. I've never seen a single Indiana
Always
Jones
living.
movie. I know I should, and I know I will at some point, but I haven't.
He's not in a tomb.
The Order of Giants. September 4th, nice. That's in like 2 weeks. A little over 2 weeks. Oh, nice. It's coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Indiana Jones and the Order
Sick.
of Giants
Next
is
year.
coming on September 4th. And as we just announced, it will also be released on Nintendo Switch 2 in 2026. Yeah, you can clap, of course. Now, let's step into the world of Deadpool. First announced at Summer Game Fest, here is the latest trailer for Deadpool VR, which reveals more of the villains and the release date.
Nice. Okay. I'm locked in, even though it's exclusive to Meta Quest, which is depressing, but still. Mojo.
Network is expanding.
Oh, Mojo.
To score eyeballs.
Mojo was in X-Men the animated series.
Now that is efficient exposition.
Neil Patrick Harris. Omega Red.
That is
Maybe
fastest
that's right.
recruiter across
This is
time and
Mephisto.
space. They require persuasion.
Look who it is.
I don't remember who Ultimo is.
Spyro
but-
Gyro, a deluxe portal for 2, if you please.
Adoring fans will be watching your every move.
Fighting on a reality show to the cheers of trillions.
It's so depressing when games are exclusive to MetaQuest. It's like, just put it on PSVR 2.
I have little tolerance for
So
low
that's all I
ratings.
have.
Oh, shit.
You don't want to put up November 18th. Nice. Lady Deadpool. Only on MetaQuest 3 and 3S. Why? I want it on PSVR 2. Like, I get it if you want more people
Mojo
to buy
is in Deadpool VR
headsets,
2,
but like,
voiced by John Leguizamo. Now, on to this next world premiere.
but also like, what if I want to play it? and also PSVR 2s. I think we should get them to get more sales too. So put some games on there so that I can make better use of mine. I've had a lot of fun with mine, but I would like to have more games for it. Such as Arkham Shadow and Deadpool VR. Also OGRE4 VR. Why is that also only on MetaQuest? I want it. So it's 3 games. I just want them on PSVR 2. None of the bigger games, like the really big VR games that everyone wants to play, none of them are ever on PSVR 2. So like nobody ever has incentive to buy PSVR 2s. They need to release more games on it. World of Tanks.
The World of Tanks update
We got
2.0
like an hour
lands
left.
September 3rd.
We're only like halfway
It's the
through.
biggest update in the game's history, featuring 16 Tier 11 tanks and tons of new and upgraded features.
Absolutely. All right, next. Saber and Focus delivered Space Marine 2, one of the most fun action games of the generation. Well, next year they are set to do it again in John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. This FPS action game combines classic 80s action horror with over-the-top humor.
Well, here is the world gameplay premiere of John Carpenter's Toxic Commando.
Next step, improvise.
This is not how lighter works.
You see my new toy?
Liar, liar, zombie liar.
Oopsie!
They're wrecking our ride.
Could use some help now.
I need some first.
That was just uncalled for. Toxic Commando. That was kind of cool. I'll throw that on the list, why not?
Super fun. All right, our next reveal comes from a true legend of game design, Ron Gilbert, the mind behind Monkey Island, Maniac Mansion, and so many other classic games that defined the golden age of point-and-click adventure games in the 80s and 90s. I loved those games growing up. Well, now Ron is back
Didn't mean to open
with
that.
something completely new and completely unexpected. It's called Death by Scrolling, a roguelike, vertically scrolling RPG set in purgatory where you'll battle waves of enemies, hoard gold, and do everything you can to stay one step ahead of the Grim Reaper herself. Here's the first ever look.
I'm sorry. Welcome to Purgatory, where death is the least of your worries. So the game is just always scrolling up, and you need to not die. I'm assuming you just need to not get left behind. That's kind of cool in concept. It's interesting. It's like those levels in Mario where like there's the the fucking demon cloud like at the end, and it's like constantly moving forward. So if you stop moving forward, then it's gonna catch up to you. It's like that. That's an interesting concept for a game.
It's very fun. I've actually been playing this game over the past few weeks, and trust me, it is dangerously addictive. The screen, as you can see, never stops moving, so you're constantly on the move, fighting to stay alive. A really fun game. Make sure to check it out. All right, now onto a studio known for its unforgettable storytelling. Back in 2019, the groundbreaking RPG Disco Elysium took home 4 Game Awards. Since then, Zaum, the studio behind it, has been through a host of changes, but tonight, 6 years later, those who now make up the studio are ready to give the world the very first look at their next CRPG. It's a dive into the shadowy world of espionage, where the truth can be stranger than fiction, and every failure isn't the end, but the start of a new path.
I once knew a spy. Brilliant. Relentless.
We fucking up a clock.
Magnetic. Her name was Herschel. Dark gold hair, a well-worn life beneath. A dandelion puff, waiting to be blown. She tried to look out for me. For us. None of it mattered in the end. Everything she touched rippled into failure.
Now, let's talk about Gamescom Cares, our platform for responsibility projects here at Gamescom that we hold very close to our hearts. This year, we are giving the stage to highlight one of the many great initiatives. It's dedicated to all the games promoting democracy. We invited a developer to learn more about it, and I'm here with Jörg Friedrich, CEO of Paint Bucket Games from Germany. Hello, tell us about the game you made, The Darkest Files.
Hi, thank you. In The Darkest Files, we tell the true story of Fritz Bauer, who was persecuted by the
Sorry, I
Nazis
pressed the wrong
and
button
forced
again.
to flee Germany, only to return after the war to fight them with the sharpest sword of democracy, the rule of law. It shows how quickly a constitutional state can become an unjust state and how this leads to darkness. But it also shows that we cannot simply stand by and watch. When this happens, we must take action.
Indeed. There are other examples like your game playable here at Gamescom, such as Glass House by Flat 28 Collective from Italy, a story-rich CRPG set in a lockdown apartment block at the dawn of a world war. And Compensation Not Guaranteed by Team Project Lunch from Singapore, a document checker thriller about a post-colonial country from the perspective of a government official worker. So, Jörg, can you tell us why these games are so important and so impactful?
Well, games are more than entertainment. Like any great art form, they reflect our concerns, our fears, our hopes, and what preoccupies us. Democracy is under attack right now. Minority rights are being violated, and the world is becoming increasingly interconnected. So games are a powerful medium for addressing these issues, and they have the potential to inspire change. I am glad that not only are many people in the global games industry engaging in projects like this, but also more and more institutions like the European Commission or the United Nations.
A very important message. Thank you so much, Jörg. And of course, thank you to all of the dedicated developers around the world who put so much heart and soul into those games, making the world a little better. Please check them out, everyone, and check out all the great initiatives of Gamescom Cares. Now, we have much more Gamescom ONL to come next. It's a very special performance of the music of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, plus Resident Evil Requiem.
This happening now, or?
just a part of my life. And I can't get rid of you.
After an ageless slumber, the primal flow awakens once more.
It is fate that brought us together.
Shisha. Such a pathetic place.
Who is this guy?
Did I miss RE9? We did not. They mentioned it like right before these trailers started happening again. Implying it was going to be next, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't hear everything she said. I don't think it's happening now, though.
Whatever's lurking, it's behind this gate.
It's okay. It'll happen eventually.
The ground is shaking. It's people. We have to take it down.
How long have they been trapped in here?
Be it destiny or chaos, I shall break the cycle!
Time for the final reckoning.
Honor of Kings World. What about FNAF World? Fortnite X Squid Game. Oh. So stupid. Not stupid like bad, I mean just like goofy. Frontman. Nice.
You can't stop my legacy. Okay, I'ma set it off, get back. Turn up the knob and take it to the max. You can bring an army. In the spot you'll never see, 'cause you can't stop my legacy.
You just got a fresh look at Delta Force, which launches today on PS5 and Xbox. And the
nice.
best part, it is free to play.
Oh, cool.
Now it is time for something truly special and one of the most requested moments from our community this year. Earlier in 2025, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the debut title from French indie studio Sandfall Interactive, captured hearts with its stunning Belle Epoque inspired world and unforgettable style.
Absolutely. This is a very special game, and tonight we wanted to bring that world to life right here on stage at O&L with a special acoustic performance from the game's soundtrack. Please join me in welcoming, for the first big live performance ever, the composer of the game, Lauriane Testard, and vocalist Alice Dupont-Purcier, performing Alicia from Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Nice. All right, back to the games now. Get out. Game. Just kidding.
That was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it was
absolutely amazing. Thank you so, so much. And we have so much more opening night live right after this.
Xbox Game Studios.
Since
KT
ancient times, the Hayabusa and Raven ninja clans have fought to keep peace, with the Hayabusa clan in the spotlight. But your clan, the Raven clan, has always had a secret motive.
Thanks. I owe you one, Hayabusa.
Expect heavy resistance from the DDO. We're all counting on you, Yakumo. Yakumo, just focus on the hostiles for now.
Understood. Stop this madness. Stay away from the Dark Dragon Seal. Go back home to your little raven nest. Or die here.
If you truly think you have what it takes to slay the Dark Dragon, prove it.
The very fiend that resurrected the Dark Dragon years ago. Even a mortal such as yourself has heard of me? I'm sure. Die, insect.
It reminds me of the goblins in Knack, actually. Nothing else about this reminds me of Knack in the slightest, but just the design of that. What's it called? I don't know, that guy. He looks like a goblin. Anyway, that was Ninja Gaiden, I guess.
We've seen so many great games so far, so make sure to spread some love to these amazing developers and teams behind them, and wishlist your next favorite game on Steam by checking out our Gamescom Steam event. And the best thing is, you'll find even more games from this year's Gamescom show floors, from beloved indies to big blockbuster titles, by scanning the QR code below. Now it's time for the world gameplay premiere of an MMO shooter set in a post-apocalyptic dystopian Seoul, South Korea. From NCSoft, this is Cinder City, blending narrative-driven shooter action with a vast, seamless open world. Freeze, ADF!
Get on the ground now! Drop your weapon or we'll shoot!
Drop your weapon, last warning!
You've crossed the line. Are you trying to get us all killed here?
3 minutes to drop. Everyone stand by.
Jesus. Again, I'm kind of getting some Dead Space vibes from this a little bit. This looks pretty cool. This gives no Dead Space vibes. It did before a little bit, though. Just a little bit. Cinder City, it says? I'll write that down. Why not?
But that's not all. We've now got a second brand new game from NCSoft. Time Takers is a competitive team-based survival shooter where the ultimate prize isn't points, it's time itself. Here's your first ever look at the gameplay.
All right.
I floated in an ale-induced stupor. A ghost of my former glory. Until one day when I was stabbed.
Oh shit.
Years like that.
That ain't good.
I thought I died.
Black hole.
Instead, I was given a second chance in a strange world, alongside rogues from across the timescape.
That's banana.
And we were promised to fix our past.
That's a banana.
I guess that's what we're here to do.
A robotic banana. Back into the black hole. Alright. Alright. That seems kind of cool. I don't really understand, though. Silent Hill.
For decades, Silent Hill has defined psychological horror in games.
Alright.
And tonight, the fog rolls in once again. Here's a brand new look at Silent Hill F from Konami, including the reveal of the American voiceover actress Susie Young as Hinako.
Target 1 to HQ. We haven't found it.
Okay, so there will be a dub, so I'll understand things.
So good, but it's still in the water. We better consider the hunt. Over. Last seen fleeing Tsuneyoshi Shrine.
Silent Hill F.
You saved my life and laid claim to my soul. In turn, I shall save your souls.
Okay.
By claiming the life of your old self.
Who was that? What is this place?
This way.
I assume that's transition into gameplay. Oh, shit. I'm still not completely sold on the combat in this game.
An extraordinary day. An extraordinary day isn't always good. With that in mind, today's a bit too extraordinary.
So this is where you are. I wondered where you had gone. You need to start getting ready. It's time to say your goodbyes. You're going to kill them with your own hands. What's going on?
Oh, jeez.
It's got my home too. The halls, the doors, everything's changed.
The combat's a little weird how it, like, freezes when you actually hit the person. What the hell?
Who are you?
It's her.
Please. Just die.
What?
It must be hard for you to bid farewell to childhood friends.
Yes.
Oh, hello. Why are you wearing a wolf or fox or something mask? Alright, well. I'm definitely going to pre-order that. I'm definitely going to get the deluxe edition so I can play it a couple days early. And I'll definitely stream that. I like how I saw Silent Hill F on the screen and I was like, I'm locking in. Hello. What's going on? This is in-game footage as well. What's up next?
Traveler ND3500. Initiating the travel log.
This is the Traveler, an agent of a
For a
shadowy
split
faction
second,
known
based on the
only as
boots, I thought it was
Collective.
Dead Space.
And in Kronos the New Dawn,
And then I saw the
step
helmet,
into
and I was
their
like,
role.
that's not Dead
From
Space.
Polish horror powerhouse Bloober Team, nominated last
Oh,
year at the
Bloober
Game
Team.
Awards for their Silent Hill 2 remake,
Yeah.
comes a bold new vision of survival horror. In this world, the dead don't stay dead. When they find each other, they merge into something far more terrifying. Launching September 5th, here's your brand new look at Kronos, the New Dawn.
All right. Is that a cat? Cat. Yay. We love cat. Oh. Did you hurt the cat? Oh no, he saved the cat. Okay.
Are you glad to see me, friend?
After Silent Hill 2 remake, I'm definitely interested in playing games that Bloober Team has made. I probably won't, at least for a long time, but knowing that this is made by Bloober Team and hearing the concept, it's definitely got my attention. It reminds me a lot of Dead Space now. A wheelchair. Ouroboros.
Stay calm.
Jesus. That looks like James Sunderland. Kronos the New Dawn. Alright. That's definitely got my attention. It looks pretty good.
All right, for our next trailer, let's turn it over to the head of sequels at Obsidian Entertainment.
Guten Tag, Gamescom. Look at this.
Oh, that's
tens of thousands of Europeans
Ben
packed
Schwartz?
into one building in the
Right.
dead of summer with absolutely
Sonic?
no air conditioning. This is the type of dystopia we here at Obsidian Entertainment
Yeah, Ben
absolutely
Schwartz.
respect. What is this? Am I experiencing Schadenfreude right now? I may have messed up the pronunciation, but you knew the idea. How are you? My name is Mark. I am the head of
That is
sequels
not your name.
here at Obsidian Entertainment, and
Your
I've got
name
big
is,
news. I am
Sonic.
going to drop a brand new trailer for The Outer Worlds 2. What are you going to get? More planets, more chaos, and an actual release date now that GTA 6 got pushed to the spring. So, strap on in. Stock up on some gummy bears, stock up on your favorite pretzels, get
He's
ready.
like, alright, we
Here
decided
comes
to release
The
this
Outer
game
Worlds
when
2
GTA 6 is
trailer.
not because
Roll it,
we didn't
Jeff.
want to release it
It's
when
gotta be
GTA
Jeff
6
that's
was
rolling it,
supposed
right?
to be. We didn't want to release it at the same time as GTA 6.
For the part of the game
So,
you'll
now we can
remember
release it.
more than the ending.
It's funny that they're actually
Companions.
saying that.
Let's skip the diplomacy.
Chemically enhancing your statistically unsafe lifestyle. This might sting. A lot.
Ooh, an enemy.
Son of a spread.
Be grateful you're not on fire.
And no, you can't sleep with them.
All right. Too bad. I apologize.
Lots more to come here at ONL, but now a first look at Inzoi Island Getaway with Inzoi's first and free DLC, which is coming tomorrow.
Nice. All right, during that, I'm gonna go blow my nose. I'll be back.
Where calamity began, this trial shall end. Awakeners, prepare for
I'm actually
the
gonna pee
final
again, so I'll be back longer. I'll be gone longer.
7つの大罪？あいつらとの冒険は騒がしくて大変だったけど、なんとかなってよかったな。けどな、俺たちにまた一つ面白い運命が待ち受けてる気がするんだ。
Second Resident Evil pops up on the screen.
多分
I'm like,
楽な冒険じゃないだろうな。
I
こ
lost
の
in
広
again.
い世界にはたくさんの試練もあるはずだ。だけど俺たちが力を合わせれば乗り越えられるさ。何ぼーっとしてんだよ。やることが山ほどあるんだ。早く出発するぞ。さてさてさて CBT 募集が始まるってよ。絶対参加してくれよな。
We got what, 25 minutes left? I have a feeling Resident Evil is gonna be like the last thing they show. Those were some really ineffective bear traps.
It brought you here, my fire. My fire.
Hello.
Don't listen.
Your reputation is legend.
Oh my, I think I know what you are.
So weary is the wanderer. The treads on the fertile soil.
There are some big news. We finally have a firm release date for Vampire Bloodlines 2, October 21st of this year. And next, since we're here in Germany, it is only fitting to spotlight a homegrown success story, the deep survival crafting of Enshrouded from Keen Games in Frankfurt. Still in early access, Enshrouded has already let friends adventure, fight, and build together in endless ways. But tonight, the world is about to change forever. A new force is coming, one that will redefine how you explore, how you build, and how you survive. It's a monumental edition, and you're hearing about it first, right here at Opening Night Live.
Listen. I dreamt of a time before the corruption and the fight for survival. I dreamt of a shimmering home and of exile. To find peace, we must brave the deep. Hear the old gods whisper, and an ancient fury awakens. We shall purge the profane and command the water to yield to our will, for there is no greater power than the flame of the faithful.
Awesome. And tonight at ONL, we have news of the latest Xbox franchise that is coming to PlayStation for the first time, and the reveal of brand new expansion as well.
Honored friends, masters of the blacksmith's guild, let me introduce a young master of our craft and new owner of Kutenberg's old forge, Henry of Skalitz.
Ready? We can begin.
First look at Legacy Legacy of the Forge, the second story expansion for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You'll put your blacksmithing skills to the test to acquire and repair a legendary burnt-down forge with brand new design features. All right. Do we have any Cult of the Lamb fans in here? All right,
No.
it's time for some
I
big
don't
news
really
for
know
the
what it's
darkly
about. Is it a
comedic
cult about
action
lambs?
adventure management hybrid game. Here's the announcement of a major expansion to the game coming soon. Now, last year, World of Warcraft celebrated its 20th anniversary and kicked off
Never
its
played it
three-expansion
before.
story arc, the World Souls Saga. Here to tell us more about what's to come is executive producer Holly Longdale.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here to reveal our next adventure, World of Warcraft Midnight. I'm equally excited to welcome you all home with our new housing feature. And if you're here at Gamescom, please come by and check it out on the show floor. We have a lot coming in this next expansion, our 11th expansion. To start with, on the horizon, there's a looming darkness, and it's threatening the ancestral home of our blood elves. But Midnight is also about light, and about hope, and about heroes who rise when the world needs them most. And it's about the bonds that tie us together. And it all starts at the Sunwell. And if any of you have ever played WoW, do you remember the Sunwell?
No.
With that in mind, please enjoy the premiere of our cinematic introduction to Midnight.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides...
Liadrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon. Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? key and save yourselves.
Leadrin, don't.
Light be with you.
You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through... I know that I am unworthy. I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength.
I admire your spirit, but that will not save you. Soon, I will break your world.
You can't even break one elf.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
Not while we draw breath.
I feel like that was a really long trailer.
What a great cinematic.
Or to
do
commentary for games that I don't play or
Next
understand.
is the global announcement of a new project from Team J, the dev team behind Delta Force. Project Spectrum is a tactical shooter for the fearless. It is a physiological horror PvEVP game. That's right, where you battle against monsters, other players, and your own sanity as widespread anomalies twist around the world. Face the horror or become the horror itself.
Can you describe the sound in the recording?
Sorry.
Let's go back to the start.
I have a feeling this is the last one before Resident Evil. Or maybe one more after this.
Strong wind. What the hell happened here?
We got company!
This looks pretty cool. It kind of reminds me of the It reminds me of the Black Robe in separate ways. In some ways. Not a whole lot, but a little bit.
Loss is too heavy for you. But sometimes, loss can birth beasts. And
You leave the
bury
best for
truths.
last.
What do you think? What if you are the beast?
The beast?
Oh, she went through again. Is it like a loop? Oh, you just killed your friend. Okay. So it seems kind of like a loop, but you kind of go insane, and when you go insane, you become the bad guy. Which is pretty cool. It reminds me of the Upside Down from Stranger Things, like the way that, like, the monster sees. A little bit. I kind of just got Stranger Things on my mind because I've been rewatching it recently. I just finished season 2 last night. Project Spectrum. I'll write that down.
Let's go back to the start.
Cool.
All right, this next world premiere feels familiar, yet it is something brand new from Wargaming. And trust me, you've seen them with tanks, but you haven't seen them do anything like this before. And it's coming to PC, consoles, and Steam Deck. This October, Sucker Punch and PlayStation take us back to the year 1603 into the sandals of Atsu, a lone Ronin driven by a single purpose.
All right, I guess I was wrong.
Brutal slaughter of her family.
I guess we got a few
at the hands of the
more.
ruthless Yotei 6. Tonight, we have a new look at the deadly, beautiful world of Ghost of Yotei.
All right. PlayStation Studios.
Are you going to give me a lie?
Fighting in the snow.
Swordsmith's daughter. I watched that tree burn. How did you escape?
Same way. I survived every battle. The thought of killing you. Ruthless spirits wandering the land, driven by vengeance. Sometimes I feel like that is what I am.
Does it have to be next? Maybe. I mean, it's supposed to be about 2 hours. It's been almost 2 hours. So I'm guessing it's next. Ghosts of Yotei Legends 2026. Free DLC. So the full game's coming out in October. DLC's coming out next year. Okay.
There you have it,
Cool.
an amazing new look at Ghost of Yotei out October 2nd for PS5 and confirmed today on ONL. It's also getting a Legends co-op multiplayer DLC in 2026 with fantastical supernatural story and survival missions, all free if you own the base game.
Okay.
For nearly 3 decades, Resident Evil
Yeah.
has terrified, thrilled, and defined the survival horror genre. Now,
3 decades by next year.
a new chapter rises from the shadows. Back in June at Summer Game Fest, we gave you the first glimpse at Resident Evil Requiem, and tonight we are diving deeper with a brand new look that explores the haunting backstory of the game's protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, and why she may be the key to surviving what's coming.
All right, let's go. Hi, Grace. She's typing. I'm gonna not do this the whole trailer. All right.
Man,
Is that Alyssa?
hang on.
Yeah.
You have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done, just a sec.
It's really coming down hard.
Mom, phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
What?
Who was it?
Dunno. They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude.
Oh God.
What the?
They're like, yep, we got the right house.
Grace, we need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
Shh. We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
I think that line was in the first trailer too. That we need to keep our voices down.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
That was also in the first trailer. Done. Follow Mom. Okay, so I'm assuming this is gonna be like the first mission of the game.
Mom, wait.
Grace, keep moving.
Also, it's first person, this part. I think they confirmed that you can choose whether whether you want it to be first person or third person.
Oh, I'm so sorry about the power outage.
What happened?
It's really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
Oh, God. The hooded guy. Well, he's dead. I remember people were theorizing that the hooded guy is going to be Spencer, which I doubt, but...
In and out.
Okay.
Breathe in and out. Oh, Grace. I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days.
You're going to die before you get the chance to.
Grace. Please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just... I love you.
I love you too.
Huh.
Okay.
Mom.
I'm scared. No. We need to find a way out of here now.
But we don't have any of our stuff.
We can come back for it later, Grace.
Oh. February 27th. All right.
That game is insane. I got to see that sequence in Osaka about a month ago. There's a lot more to share, and there is a reason it was the most wishlisted title coming out of Summer Game Fest this June. Now, for those of you here in the arena tonight at Gamescom, there's some good news, because you'll be over on the show floor, be the first players in the world to get hands-on with a playable demo of Resident Evil Requiem at the Capcom booth as we count down to the launch this February. A huge thank you to Capcom and Takeuchi-san for that special look. And with that, Gamescom Opening Night Live comes to a close. But the celebration of gaming doesn't stop here. We'll be back on Thursday, December 11th for the Game Awards, streaming live around the world as we honor the best games of the year and give you a glimpse of what's coming in 2026 and beyond with tons of brand new game announcements.
His voice is broke.
You're leaving, but before we say goodnight, we do have one last surprise.
Okay.
A global announcement from a studio that walked away with multiple Game Awards wins for its last project. Please, take a look.
What's up? What do we got? Game science. I don't know what that is.
Brother, help me here. You ain't even trying. It's all me. Look at that belly of yours. Where's the mountain? Hey, you're falling flat, losing again. Drop that coswallop. Master will take us back, as long as we keep that mountain in her heart. Hey. No scolding, no flogging, life spared. Why risk going back? This place, we've got food on our table and... They're coming for us.
I have no idea what this is. It's a giant tiger. Oh! Black Myth Wukong, right? That's what their last game was?
There's a special announcement. Game Science has announced and kicked off development of the second title in the Black Myth series, this time starring Zhong Kui, the ghost-catching god who wanders between hell and earth. This will once again be a single-player ARPG rooted in ancient Chinese myth and folklore. And don't worry, to those who love the Black Myth series, the westward journey won't end here either. It's been amazing opening night live tonight. Thank you so much to Shox for joining me.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I had so much fun. Also, a huge announcement at the end of that to close out opening night live this year and kick off Gamescom 2025. It's been so much fun to host this thing again with you, Jeff. What an amazing show.
Oh, it was such an amazing show. Great job to you. Thanks for coming back again, Shox. And thank you to everyone for watching online and here, the audience in Cologne. What a great night. Have a great Gamescom 2025. And we'll see you on December 11th for the Game Awards in LA. Good night, everybody.
All right. Hopefully I don't end up being busy on the day of the Game Awards. If I'm not, then I will stream that as well. Well, that was Gamescom. There's definitely a bunch of stuff in there that I'm pretty interested in. The big four for me were obviously RE9 and Silent Hill 2, or F, sorry. Long Gone, the zombie pixelated game that looks really cool, and Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight. So yeah, I'm very interested in seeing those games. When did the Lego Batman game say it was coming out?
For low prices.
God damn it, bro.
For fast shipping.
Why can't I mute
For life
this?
with pets. There's Chewy.
Okay. Did it say it was coming out at any particular time? No, I don't think so. Probably next year, though, I'm guessing. Okay. Well, that was not bad. Definitely some cool stuff. We didn't get anything for Invincible, which was a little upsetting, but, you know. I'm a dreamer, so. Anyway, now I think we'll react to the game theory. Now that it's over. So, it's time. Alright. Game theory, FNAF. Wait, no. Actually, I need to stop recording and then start recording again so that I don't have to have that like looped into the same recording. Anyway, alright. Game theory, FNAF Sorry. Can't speak either. Game theory. FNAF, did Fazbear really steal everything? This is 15 minutes and 38 seconds long, and then it leads to 2 diverging paths, which are like 12 to 13 minutes each. So that's going to be fun. Let's start watching.
Everything we've known about FNAF was
It's going to be a long reaction.
Or was it? On
that
the
was
surface,
the title of the
seems
first
like
video.
our old favorites, William and Henry, didn't actually create anything, and instead just stole it all from newcomer Edwin Murray. But how much of that is really true?
Not really.
And what if I told you, theorists? The answer is entirely up to you. Hello Internet, welcome to Game Theory, and welcome to our 4th and final episode in our Secret of the Mimic extravaganza. It has been a wild ride, loyal theorists. We've uncovered the truth about the Murray family timeline, we've solved the mystery of mexes, and we've managed to figure out secrets of a previously suspected mimic, Sun and Moon. But the biggest question that I have yet to solve, and the main question I had going into this game, wasn't about the mimic, or Edwin Murray, or security breach. I wanted to know the truth about the origins of Fazbear Entertainment. William and Henry. These two characters we've known about since the beginning and yet know very little about. Where did they start? How did they create this empire? Who were they, really? But friends, nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me or the rest of the internet for what we were about to witness.
Spring lock assembly may be required.
No!
Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Henry didn't
Oh
even
my
invent
god!
the
Oh my...
To be fair, that reaction was several hours into stream where all we...
No one says he didn't invent the spring locks. He definitely did. We know he did from the books. And just because Edwin and Fiona made spring locks doesn't mean they made these spring locks. They invented the spring locks. In logs throughout the game, Edwin talks about how the spring locks that he was making were improved versions, trying to fix the fact that they were like faulty, like when coming into contact with water. Meaning Henry very clearly invented them, and Edwin was there to improve upon them for Henry, to improve upon Henry's designs. But then Fazbear Entertainment ended up not using those designs, and they just stuck with Henry's for some reason. But Henry still invented them. Henry still invented them, but Edwin just tried to make them better, basically.
Witnessed so far was invention after invention that we thought had been a Fazbear invention for years now, only to discover that Edwin made it. Like the Data Diver, a device used to access certain points around Murray's costume manor that looks an awful lot like the Faz wrench we use in Ruin. Or what about the massive list of characters? Happy Frog, Mr. Hippo, Orville, Monty, Roxy, Moon, Foxy, Chica, Music Man, Helpy, even the wet floorbots from Security Breach shares similarities to the Cleanovac. They're all here in Murray's costume manor with designs, schematics, and costumes strewn around the facility. Edwin and his wife Fiona designed them all. It felt like every—
Yeah, but they also were brought on by Fazbear to design a bunch of characters, meaning although Chica was definitely not, was probably not a Fazbear character and was just her own thing, the Edwin and Fiona, they didn't invent these characters, they just designed them, or designed certain versions of them. Party Time Chica, Fiona was instructed to design her. Chica was probably already, like, conceived as an idea, but Fiona designed that version of her specifically.
Everything we'd known over the last decade had been a complete lie. It was never William and Henry, it had all been Edwin. Or had it. See, while at first it definitely reads that way, there are clues hiding in voice memos, text logs, and just in the physical designs themselves that show us the truth is a little more nuanced. So let's jump into our unfinished helpful carts, friends, because we've got to get to the bottom of this and figure out whether William and Henry invented anything or whether they are just complete fraud.
Blue sky.
Starting early today.
I swear, if this next one... Okay, we're good.
First off, there is one important thing we have to clarify. Did William and Henry actually steal Edwin's inventions? And the short answer is no. I've mentioned in a past few theories little tidbits of information about this, but while it was clear Fazbear had some shady business practices and were actively stealing employees trying to obtain company secrets, which is not totally legal, they never actually stole Edwin's intellectual property. Edwin was a contractor, and so they would have contracted him to make stuff for them, like the demo of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that we see in the R&D department. And that whole process would have included contracts that decided ownership, which we sadly never get to see. I can tell you though, as a former contractor myself, typically those contracts favor the client, the person who came to you to be a contractor. When I would shoot or edit a video for someone, that would then go back to them and they would own the final product. I didn't own anything. But what about Chica, who was made for Chica's Party World, not Fazbear? Or Roxy and Foxy, who were built for Edwin's TV show idea? Those were definitely Edwin's, and Fazbear surely had no rights to them. Well, until they did. One of the text logs you can obtain is from Willie A himself, and while the message is cut off a bit at the start, the intention is very clear. Quote, software development and the entire MCM catalog. We would love to keep you on as a lead engineer. Although we now technically own the land, we would never touch the house your parents built. Afton was offering Edwin a position at Fazbear because he had just bought MCM, its remaining employees, the ground it's built on, and most importantly, its catalog of characters and inventions. Fazbear now owned everything. They never stole it from Edwin, they just stole all his employees, drove the business into the ground, and then bought the rights so that they could claim it as their own. But let's be honest here, that's kind of a small nitpick in this whole thing. The real issue here is that we believed Henry and William were these great inventors, and yet it seems like they just kind of bought everything and didn't make any of it themselves. How could Henry claim
trapped in prisons of my making
if they weren't his making at all? So let's take a look.
Well, we know that Edwin and Fiona didn't design those versions of the characters. Well, Fiona probably designed those versions, but she and Edwin didn't make the animatronics themselves. They created certain designs for them, like Party Time Chica, like I said, but the Unwithereds, as people call them, aka like the versions of the animatronics that existed before they became the Withereds, they were designed by Fazbear, and then after the events of FNAF 2, Fazbear ended up repairing them, and it seems like they probably used the designs Fiona made in like to remake them, or to redesign them and repair them. But they're still the same animatronics. And those animatronics were originally made by Henry himself. So it's still his making.
And try to clear things up. Henry may not be the originator of most of the characters we've attributed to him over the years. R.I.P. Chica was Henry's first theory. But that doesn't mean he didn't invent
she was... It seems like she was the first character that was a character? What? That doesn't make sense. She was like one of the first characters. That's probably what she meant. Like she wasn't Henry's first creation, she was just the first of the gang to exist, theoretically.
Characters.
Unclear,
From the minute
though,
you step
depending
into
on when
Murray's
Chica's
costume
party
manor,
was.
you will find one item that appears everywhere in the facility. Pizza boxes from Fredbear's family diner. Now, while we are visiting MCM, the place has been abandoned for a bit. But what that means is that while the place was active, so was Fredbear's diner, which makes sense given Fazbear Entertainment was a thing and had the means to buy MCM in the first place. They need some way to make money. We also see Fredbear and Spring Bonnie on a number of posters throughout the place, identical to the ones we found in Security Breach. But notice what we don't see throughout MCM. Despite promoting posters for the characters of Fredbear's, we never see versions of Fredbear or Bonnie within the main facility. And that is because of this line.
Every one of my creations are available for purchase or lease.
For Edwin to be able to say that, he would have to own the rights to the characters. But the fact that Bonnie and Freddy are missing implies that those two characters were not created and owned by Edwin, but instead William and Henry. Edwin has posters on the walls because there's clearly a long-standing relationship between the two companies, and based on his audio log telling us that they should
just hire some teens to wear the suits like we always do.
It seems like he has worked on the diner in some way. So the posters are just him promoting himself, going, hey, you know this successful franchise? Well, I helped make that. But he can't show any of the costumes or animatronics for Fredbear and Bonnie because he doesn't own the rights. They were created and owned by William and Henry. So nice big tick for them there. But that leads us into the big discussion around Fazbear.
Spring lock assembly may be required.
No!
No! Hazards that could
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
Henry didn't even invent the spring
Oh my
locks.
god!
Did Edwin invent the spring locks?
Yes.
Before this point,
Yes, he
we've
did.
been under the impression that it was Henry who invented the spring locks, as during the Silver Eyes trilogy, we're pretty much told that outright. Quote, these are spring locks, one of the first ones Henry made. But now in Secret of the Mimic, we see plenty of spring lock suits. We see messages about Edwin making them, and we even get to travel around inside them, which is kinda horrifying. However, there is one big detail that stands out pretty quickly, which made me reconsider whether this was another acquired contraption. The fact that we cannot be killed by the spring locks. Spring lock suits are notoriously finicky, causing fatal injury at the first sign of sudden movements or water, and yet we managed to fall through an entire floor and yet sustain no injuries. It's almost as
and
if
she
they are
even
not
said
the same
she even
kind of
says that we go through a spring lock failure and yet we're still fine. And also they talk in it how there's water damage in the suits or whatever, but they're I think they mention how it's like less likely for the water to cause them to snap or something like that. I don't remember exactly. I could be mistaken, but I think there's a log about that somewhere. So like I said, it's just Edwin is trying to improve upon the spring locks, and that's what like he was instructed to do. And there's a message, like I said, about him trying to tell Henry about that, and then they end up not using his for some reason.
Higher floor and yet sustain no injuries. It's almost as if they are not the same kind of spring locks. And that is exactly the case. We receive a text log from Edwin during the game that specifically talks about updating the spring locks to sustain water damage and be okay. There's also the fact that the original spring locks were designed to be both suit and animatronic, while the new ones seem to only really be suits. And finally, the versions of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie down in the R&D department, while looking somewhat like the versions we know, have colored exoskeletons made of metal, rather than the felt-based material that would stain and discolor like we know from modern Springtrap.
Yeah, and also Spring Bonnie's bow tie is the wrong color. Spring Bonnie and Freddy's wears a black bow tie, but in Fredbear's, I believe it's either red or purple. I think it goes back and forth between the two, but...
that talks about from modern Springtrap. And to top that off, there's an audio log in the same area that talks about Springlocks being used for a long time before this moment.
It would be so much easier to keep using the spring locks.
The fact that there have been Springlocks used for Hen, while these new improved metal versions of the Springlocks for Fredbear and Spring Bonnie currently only exist down here in the facility, it tells us that there are other Springlocked versions of these characters in existence.
Yes.
Felt-based ones that use the old water damage prone designs. So that's it, case closed. Edwin made the new Springlocks, but Henry can still have made the originals, right?
Yes.
Well, I really wanted that to be true. Believe me, I did. But when Ash and I went back to find all the secrets on GT Live, we discovered this message on one of the Mrs. Helpfuls to Edwin from Fiona.
I'm worried about the new suit design.
Figuring out money as a young adult.
One of my costumers, Vic, nearly lost his hand today. All he did was spill a can of pop and the thing snapped shut like a bear trap.
Fiona is worried about Edwin's Springlock designs, and the one her team member was wearing does end up having an issue with water damage. It's almost like that text log we read earlier was a response to Fiona's request to check out the problems, because Edwin was involved in the creation of the original designs. This isn't the only time Fiona is worried about Edwin rushing.
Or it could be that he's still... Or it could just be that Henry made the Springlocks, and then Edwin was tasked with repairing them, or not repairing them, but making them better, like I said. And that was just an attempt of, to do that, but it didn't work with the water damage, right? And like he said earlier, he still makes some that are less prone to water damage, and that are less easy to snap shut. And that makes it clear that he makes multiple designs, and it's most likely that he just was trying to make better Springlocks, but he didn't get it right the first time. Plus, like he said, the Springlocks we see down below are still different ones, so he still has to make ones that are not the same as the ones that we see in the games. So those ones being prone to water damage does not mean that they have to be the original ones.
Out designs that later cause problems either.
You have a lot of new ideas and new projects coming in. The staff can't keep up with all your changes. But I think you need to step back a little and focus on one project at a time.
This is a pattern of behavior for Edwin. He sprints through dozens of projects, moving on to the next one so fast that his previous invention isn't fully finished, leading to a bunch of failures and returns like we see in the text logs. And so the idea that these Springlock suits that were incredibly dangerous and faulty were also Edwin's creations actually makes a lot of sense for his character. And yes, there is a chance that the original Springlocks were potentially a collaboration between both Henry and Edwin. But right now, I'm just not sure the evidence is there. The books say that Henry was the inventor of the Springlocks, but that's a very different continuity. The games have never made that claim. The closest we get is
prisons of my making.
But here, Henry is talking about the normal animatronics, the ones that Edwin never finished. And so you could plausibly say that Henry was the one who made them. Edwin did say that Henry was the one changing the designs.
I got the change order from Hen last night. Why change it now? Now they changed their minds. Well, we're so close to final. New concepts are frankly creepy.
But he never mentioned Springlocks. That doesn't make this a retcon, it's just a realigning of our understanding between the different continuities of these characters, which is basically what
Or like I
Secret of the
said,
Mimic
he
did
just
with
is
all
trying to
of
make
the
them
book
better.
continuities. In the novel trilogy, Henry made the Springlocks, but in the games, it was Edwin. Who knows, maybe it'll turn out to be Afton in the movies. But thanks to the company failing and Edwin's eventual demise, the new Springlocks for Fazbear's characters were never finished. Fazbear just had to keep using Edwin's old designs, so I guess you could say that it was karma that got Afton in the end, in more ways than one. And speaking of good old Willie A, what did he actually do? I mean, we've always known he's a bit of a scumbag, so I don't think his lack of inventions would be all that surprising. But just like I think we can still credit Henry with the creation of the normal animatronics, I think there are a couple of things Afton can be credited with creating himself, namely the Funtime animatronics and the Scoop. In Sister Location and Pizzeria Simulator, we found blueprints for these devices, and they all have copyright attributed to Afton Robotics. Of course, we know that Foxy isn't his OC, that one firmly belongs to Edwin and Fiona, and the whole stomach hatch design definitely borrows from Edwin's Springlock designs. But the animatronic part, the weird wiry bodies, we don't see anything like that from Edwin. The Scoop also, of course, bears resemblance to the Springlock crane that we find in MCM, and that we then saw in Ruin. They have the ability to scoop something out of a costume or Springlock suit or whatever, but all the stuff about remnant injection and storage, that's all Afton, baby. Which means at this point, we're pretty even. Edwin did make a lot of stuff that we thought were Henry and William, but that doesn't mean they were completely incompetent or unable to make stuff themselves. However, there is...
I think the whole idea with Edwin is not that he made a bunch of stuff, it's that he tried to make a bunch of stuff, and then Henry and William just kept changing their mind, or not... well, changing their minds. They were just kind of so that he can never really finish something, which is how they were able to acquire his house. It's probably not that he literally bought it out. It was probably just like they put it up for collateral on the contract. So if he didn't complete the like his tasks, then they end up taking the property. So they keep changing what he's supposed to do, so he never actually fully finishes anything, which is why he ends up losing that property. So that's what it seems like to me, and in that case, it seems like Edwin, while he made a bunch of animatronics, he never made the ones that we actually go up against in the series. Like, he doesn't make the main Springlocks, he doesn't make the main animatronics, but he makes designs for them, but Fazbear doesn't actually use them because they're unfinished. He does use the classics. They do use the classic designs later on. And obviously, Edwin seems to have made Foxy too, which is not... So that's not a huge deal. Like, that's fine. He does technically make Foxy. And Fiona doesn't make Chica, but she designs that version of Chica. So it's like, there are definitely some things that Edwin made, but in terms of like the technology and stuff, what he made never actually ends up being used. It's all stuff that he was supposed to make, and then he never managed to finish because of what Fazbear was doing to him.
One more thing that we need to discuss. One more invention that, if it was claimed by Afton, could affect the entire timeline as we know it. You see, everyone, and I mean everyone who played this game or watched someone else play it, have been very quick to point out the similarities between David Murray and Afton's son, the Crying Child.
Oh god.
The most obvious similarity is their name. Thanks to a friend of the channel, Hyperdroid, and a handful of other theorists, last year we came to the conclusion that Crying Child's real name was also David Afton. But there's so much more to it than just a name. Their bedrooms look almost identical, and both of those bedrooms are in houses on top of a hill near a tree and near their father's work. They're both missing mother figures in their lives, with fathers who spend too much time working. One of the collectibles we get is David Murray's purple plastic telephone, the same one we see in David Afton's bedroom, along with a bunch of other similar toys. David Afton is famously scared of Foxy, having ripped off the head of the Foxy plushie, and his brother Michael bullying him wearing a Foxy mask. David Murray
I'm pretty sure Michael's the one that ripped off the Foxy plushie and then put that plushie on his head.
Afraid of the pirate Fox, crying when Edwin uses one of the Foxy hand puppets on his first birthday.
Ahoy there!
Oh, honey.
Yeah, Roxy, but close enough.
Both of them even have a birthday party for them coming up on a Saturday, only for them to die on that same birthday.
Yep.
Everything about these two feels identical to a strange
I'm not sure that by Victim's birthday was specifically a Saturday, but still.
They're the same person. But obviously, as I've mentioned, David Murray is dead, so they cannot physically be the same person. But you know who is still alive and kicking? The thing that was created to become David Murray, M2. And this this is where we hit an interesting fork in the road. There are two ways we can look at this information. There's the more literal approach, where the reason these two characters feel so similar is because they are the same character. M2 takes on the role of David, and Afton adopts it as his child.
I theorized about that too,
literal approach. The idea that these similarities are actually parallels designed to point us in the direction of a different kind of Fazbear theft. That they took more than Edwin's creations. They claimed his entire story. And because this is the big finale, I wanted to do something special here. Secret of the Mimic has been all about getting us to re-evaluate our past theories, our past ways of thinking. It showed us that we can't hold on to theories too tightly, that we need to be open-handed and explore all the possible options to us. And so, rather than stand here and try to convince you that one interpretation is right over the other, I wanted to present you with both options, explore the repercussions and flaws of each of them so that you can come to your own conclusions. So, on the left is the ending where David Afton is M2, and on the right is the ending where Fazbear is trying to rewrite history. So, go ahead, make your choice, theorists. I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Okay. So why did you do that? It's like
work remotely or be flexible, and so other tools that we find helpful for that field.
Why did you tell me to make your choice before you finish talking and then end the video as soon as you finish talking? Why did you do that? Why did you do that, Tom? Why? You could have given me a few extra seconds before the video just ended. Then I wouldn't have had to sit through the ads. Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate you so much. Anyway, let's go this one first. We'll watch both, though.
Ah, so you've chosen to take the evidence presented more literally. You want to believe that the reason that David Murray and David Afton appear to be one and the same is because they are one and the same. Or at least that both Davids are being played by the same character, M2. Interesting choice. Well, let's take a look at the evidence and see how Afton shapes up in this one. Before we can talk about what this path would solve, we have to figure out the how of it all. How was William able to get control of M2 and turn it into his son, David, the crying child Afton? Well, that comes down to the secret ending of Secret of the Mimic. You see, in that ending, we complete Moon.exe. We get some glitch permissions that allow us to access
in my theory about the logbook, I talked about the idea that M2 could be the bite victim. And one thing I talked about in that was basically that, first of all, I don't think it really makes much sense because the bite victim has memories seemingly from David. Like, his spirit has the memories, as we see in the logbook. But he also has memories from, well, seemingly from David, theoretically, if this theory is true. Like the telephone thing, that could be David. Like a David thing. But if not, then it works to just be his memories and it's his spirit, right? But we know that's still his spirit in the logbook, whether he is David or not. So if M2 later grows up as the bite victim, then when the bite of 83 happens, it's, first of all, it's weird that he has a flat line when he dies because he's a robot. Though that's technically possible because of like the way that Charlie works. She's able to like eat and stuff, so technically she has like some working organs. So maybe he could have a heartbeat, but still it's kind of weird. Also, I feel like it would be really hard for Fredbear to actually bite down on a metal head. And if he does, then I think it would be way more like it'd be way easier to tell that he was a human or that he wasn't a human. But also, after that happens, the bite victim's memories would be the mimics, right? So how would the bite victim's spirit have those memories unless he somehow possessed M2? Like if David himself was possessing M2, and then later he becomes David the bite victim, which could happen. But the thing I don't like about that is, if David's spirit is possessing M2, what's the point of it being M2 in the first place? What's the point of having a mimic if it just is possessed by something rather than mimicking it. You know, I feel like that makes the mimic part of it completely pointless. So that's why I don't think this makes that much sense. But yeah, I did, what was he talking about right now? Hold on, I'll listen again.
Well, that comes down to the secret ending.
Right, I talked about how, in that theory, I talked about how Afton, like I said, has MCM. Like, he has that property. He owns that property. Meaning, if the secret ending is canon, then Afton could easily just go down to MCM after the events of this game, and he could find the Mimic, which is now transformed into David, the David personality. Then he could just get the Mimic from that. And then somehow he can, like, brainwash this robot into being his son rather than Edwin's son now.
Secret of the Mimic. You see, in that ending, we complete Moon.exe. We get some glitched permissions that allow us to access special doors in the Murray household. And from there, we fix M2, turning them into the perfect mimic of David. M2 then goes to bed and shuts off as the game fades to black. This is the only ending where M2 is completely fixed, which allows him to live on as a child, as David, and therefore, in the future, could become the crying child that we know from the original games. One of the text logs we get from William directly confirms that he owns the land Murray's costume manor is standing on, including the house Edwin's parents built on the top of the hill, the one where M2 now sleeps. With Fazbear's ownership of the land and the IP and the inventions inside, that M2 would now belong to William. And so, with the disappearance of Edwin, William would likely show up, at least eventually, to claim what was his. And when he did, he would come across this incredible little machine, mimicking Edwin's son, David. Now, Fazbear already knew about this special animatronic that could fit into...
I will say, I think it's entirely possible that the Mimic existed back in, like that the idea of the Mimic existed back in the FNAF 4 days. A lot of people will say that's absurd. I don't think so. I think it's very possible that is the case. Mostly because of FNAF World, which is a lot of what my next theory video is going to be about. But the thing is that I don't think it would have been planned back then for the bite victim to have been the Mimic, because Scott obviously, the famous quote is 4 games, 1 story, which is basically just saying that all the 4 games up until that point were telling one single story. There's not really anything in those first 4 games that implies that the bite victim is a robot, or that he is any animatronic that's meant to mimic anything. There's nothing in those early games, at least to my knowledge. I've never come across anything that could have possibly implied that. So, yes, you could theoretically say the bite victim was actually M2 the whole time, but I feel like probably not. I feel like it would either be a retcon, which I don't think that is the case, because Scott doesn't retcon things. I can't wait for people to come at me for saying that in the comments. He said he retconned one thing. I doubt he has retconned more since then. It's not really retconning if you're just adding things to the story that were previously unknown. So, like, the Mimic could have always existed, but the storyline of him probably didn't, right? Edwin probably always existed, but the storyline of him probably didn't. Maybe the name Edwin didn't exist, but, like, the person that fills his role always existed, right? So, like, those kinds of things aren't really retcons. It's just adding to the story things that were previously left open-ended. But I think having the Mimic just be the bite victim, it's because that wasn't implied in the original story. I feel like if that was the case, Scott would have had implications of that back then. So the fact that he doesn't seems like it makes it seem like that was probably never the plan. And if it was never the plan, I doubt it is now.
Any costume and learn any routine.
Someone told them about M2.
But seeing it actually imitating a child, essentially bringing a kid back to life, that could fit into any costume and learn any routine.
Someone told them about M2.
But seeing it actually imitating a child, essentially bringing a kid back to life, that would absolutely have intrigued Afton. In the Silver Eyes trilogy, it's clear how much he idolizes characters like Henry, those with animatronic and creative genius, who were able to imitate the spark of life itself. He wants to reach their level of genius, to understand, to go even further further beyond what they did. Sure, he could have just taken M2, turned it into scrap, or shoved it into another costume. But if he could figure out how it ticked, then he could create more and help his empire grow. It's for this reason that we see camera feeds down in the sister location bunker, displaying the FNAF 4 bedroom. The same bedroom.
I really don't think Afton's goal was ever to, like, bring his children back, but I do agree. I do think it makes sense that, I agree that he sees the inventions of Henry, and possibly Edwin, and he sees them and he's like, I want to do that too. I want to learn about the spark of life. That makes sense, but I don't think it was ever to revive his kids, because in the fourth closet, that was never his goal. His goal was always immortality for himself, so I don't think that's different in the games. In the books, he's never trying to revive his kids. That just happened to happen. But his goal is always immortality, even though he's looking at the spark of life. So in the games, that's probably still the case. He's not trying to revive his kids, but he sees the idea of Henry, Edwin, with the spark of life, with the puppet, the mimic, and he's like, I want that for myself. I want to use that, solve that, become immortal using that.
Where M2 was sleeping. He is monitoring M2, watching its every move. He threw different stimuli at it, high-pitched frequency.
The thing is, that's not the FNAF 4 bedroom. That's the original bedroom that the FNAF 4 bedroom was based on. Meaning, he doesn't have cameras in the actual house. Plus, that house probably becomes his. You could say he just put him down in the sister location bunker and into the experiment rooms. But, I mean, like, that's definitely possible. I'm not saying he's wrong for that. I'm just trying to say that that's not the same room.
Frequencies that mess with its vision, create.
Although he might not even be saying that's the same room, so it doesn't matter.
Its every move. He threw different stimuli at it, high-pitched frequencies that mess with its vision, creating animatronics that looked like the stuff of nightmares, all to see how lifelike this thing truly was to a child. Afton was
yeah, but he uses gas for the nightmares, so I don't think that would work very well on a robot.
Trying to understand
that doesn't
how
breathe.
It worked. That's also why we see the Funtime animatronics using technology that allows them to mimic sounds and actions. Yeah. It was Afton trying to replicate that same technology, but it wasn't fully there yet, because William wasn't the original creator. Although they clearly did manage to mimic one thing correctly. In order not to raise suspicion, Afton would need to make M2 look like another one of his kids. We see masks down in the sister location bunker, Afton's attempts to create realistic human costumes, one that M2 would be able to wear out.
I feel like if he wanted to use M2 to experiment, that's fine, but I feel like he has no real reason to turn him into his actual son.
About, which is why when the Funtimes encounter Michael Afton all those years later, another one of the Afton kids, they knew what they had to do. They mimicked what they saw M2 doing all those years ago, jumping inside the skin of...
They mimicked something mimicking people. Okay.
One of the Afton kids in order to explore the world. They were able to mimic an action, but they lacked the nuance of understanding. Just like M2 would stuff people into suits because as far as it could tell, that's just where human bodies went. Feels like there's maybe a bigger lesson we could take away from that. But there are a bunch of other pieces of evidence from previous games that suddenly begin to line up when we continue down this train of thought. For example, why does Mike bully his brother? Of course, older brothers can just be mean sometimes. I should know, I am one. But if David Afton is actually a robot...
And I'm the younger brother.
robot kid wearing a skin suit and they are getting all of this attention from their father...
I highly doubt that the mimic literally was wearing a suit. If anything, he could be using illusion discs, or he could emit the gas as he, like, everywhere he goes, meaning that people just see him as that. But I doubt he's literally living inside the body, because that would result in him being purple, probably, just like Michael. So yeah, I don't think that's the case. But like, if you want to just say that the bite victim never existed and that it was always just M2, then sure. But saying that the Mimic literally wore his skin? I don't think so.
Well, that would make any kid jealous and want to lash out. They aren't his real son. Why is he getting all the attention instead of me? It's not fair. Michael then goes on to have an obsession with the show The Immortal and the Restless, which the most famous and frustrating line is, "The baby isn't mine." We've tried to make sense of this thing for years, but now we might finally have an answer. It's not that one of the kids was adopted, or that Afton had a kid with another woman. It's literally not a baby. It's a robot mimicking another man's child. David Murray. In the security logbook, Michael...
I've said this before and I stand by it. I think the point of the Immortal and the Restless is that the baby literally is Vlad's. People use that to say, like, oh yeah, one of the kids just isn't Afton's. But that doesn't make any sense, because the point of the show is that it is his child and he's not taking responsibility for it. We know that because it looks exactly like him. And yeah, it's like he's not taking responsibility. She knows that it's his. It's pretty clear that the child is his. It's not just like, it's not that it's not his kid. It's that it is his kid. And I think it just makes sense because it looks just like him, as seems to be implied by Sister Location about Michael, that this is saying that basically Michael is not cared about by Afton, that Afton just doesn't really take responsibility for him. He just doesn't care much about him. And that's also why people have mentioned this to me before, how Clara actually represents Michael, because he says that he relates to her in the logbook. But I don't think that's the case, because like I just said, the baby very clearly is the baby to me seems much more reminiscent of Michael, because like I said, he looks just like him. And because it's a kid that is Afton's and he just doesn't want to take responsibility for it. But also, it just makes sense that Clara is telling him to take responsibility for his child, and Michael relating to that makes sense because he is the child that is not being taken care of, I guess. So
even comments that he relates most to Clara, as she is the one who seems to see the world she lives in as crazy. Just like Michael doesn't understand how people can't tell that this is a weird robot kid that his dad is claiming to be his sibling. But the biggest thing that this solves is actually less to do with M2 itself, and
that doesn't really make sense either, because if Clara represents Michael and she's saying this is your child, and Vlad is saying, this is not my child, that's the exact opposite of what's happening here. Afton's saying, this is my child, and Mike is saying, this is not your child. So I feel like that doesn't make sense to have anything to do with Immortal and the Restless, because it's literally the exact opposite. It's flipped.
More how the Mimic existing in these early parts of the timeline might solve the most infamous line in all of FNAF. I will put you back together. When this line first showed up, it confused the heck out of all of us. Up until this point, Afton had been speaking in a bright gold text using the color FFF57, and he starts off that way during his final speech to the dying crying child too. However, when we then get to the put you back together part, it's a paler shade of yellow, FFFA0. It was confusing as there weren't really any other characters left to claim that color, nor did it make sense for it to be anyone other than Afton. It wasn't helped that in
It could very easily be the puppet, and I still think it is.
Custom Night, when we're seemingly playing as Afton in Eternal Purgatory, we get lines from Nightmare Fredbear that repeat this idea.
Let me put you back together.
It felt like Scott just made a mistake and used Ultimate Custom Night to rectify that mistake. But now, I offer you an alternative solution. What if the reason it's a similar color to Afton's gold text, but slightly different, is because it isn't Afton, but someone or something pretending to be Afton, mimicking him, if you will. Remember, while we've been focusing on M2 as David Afton, there's another character that Secret of the Mimic introduces to us. M1, Fiona Murray. All she wanted to do was to put her son David back together.
I beg you, put it on the side and fix M2.
And in the secret ending, that's what she got. But then Afton swooped on in and took her son for himself. She was was stuck inside the cradle, the Mex's machine. She would have been powerless to stop him. But, as we've talked about before, she was taken away and likely installed into Fazbear's system. So, when Michael took things too far and got M2's head crushed inside of Fredbear, her motherly instincts kicked in. She managed to take over the walkie-talkie and speak directly to M2, promising to put her child back together again. Meanwhile, Afton...
I don't think that the plushie might be right next to him, but there's no reason it would be, considering he doesn't have it in his hands during the final minigame. And why would Afton, who does not give a shit about his children, be like, oh, I'll get him his plushie. I need to make sure he has that. I don't think that's the case.
We would have seen M2 as broken and of no use. If anything, he'd actually kind of been an inconvenience to him based on Fredbear's dialogue. Plus, he couldn't even fix him if he wanted to. He was just trying to figure out how it worked. He hadn't actually solved it. And regardless, he now had his new fun times, who were using some kind of mimicking software. Those were more than what he needed. So he threw M2 away into the bowels of the rundown facility he owned, MCM, and cemented the whole thing up to start over. But I suspect M2 wasn't completely broken. Edwin beat this thing to a mechanical pulp, and yet it managed to carry on. So once again, just like in the 1970s, this violence towards M2, it getting crushed by Fredbear, taught it how to be violent again. It began to rebuild itself with spare parts, again, now waiting for someone to free it so it could take its revenge. All the while, M1 was working on putting her son back together. She was uploaded to Fazbear's system, took control of the Pizzaplex and a young woman called Vanessa. And with Vanessa's help, she was able to start rebuilding her son, a new mimic robot that looked just like David did before he died. That's right, people, the Gregbot theory is alive and well! We theorized in our very first security breach theory that Gregory is actually a robot version of the Crying Child, due to just an avalanche of evidence. The fact that they look the same, the fact that Gregory doesn't have any records or parents, that he was living in the Pizzaplex, that Gregory is referred to as broken rather than injured, that when Glamrock Freddy gets Roxy's eyes, he says, "You look different to me." That he has CRT-style vision when Vanny gets too close with what sounds like a sound illusion disc. There's his robotic actions that he takes in the books. Quote, he cocked his head and studied Tony for several seconds. And to top it all off, we have the post-it room, which is covered in notes, starting in binary, but then beginning to turn into phrases we know David Afton would have been saying, like party time or birthday time, like a robot coming into consciousness and learning the identity it's supposed to be taking on. The party was for him, after all. All the signs point to him being a robot version of the Crying Child. It just made so much sense. And now I present you with this image. You can find it during the parachute ending of Secret of the Mimic, and it's of David sitting on top of a hill with M.
Figuring out money as a young adult.
M1. Now, tell me, does that look familiar to you? Because it should. It's almost identical to the image we get from the burn trap ending in Secret of the Mimic, with Gregory sitting on top of a hill with his protector, Glamrock Freddy. We are once again being shown the same looking scenario because they are meant to be showing us the same characters. Gregory is M1's attempt to recreate her broken child, David, M2. That might even explain why we get Gregory dropping the elevator on Cassie at the end of Ruin. It could be M1 or M2 controlling the system to get Cassie to come back, or it's because Gregory is still following his programming, acting under the orders of his mother, M1, to bring the family back together. Now, before anyone gets too mad at this idea, I recognize it's not perfect. For starters, while there's a bunch of evidence that does work when you look at it through the lens of M2 is the Crying Child, the trouble is, it basically all hinges on the secret ending being the canon ending, which is kinda hard to prove at this point, especially without the DLC or a sequel. Outside of that, there just isn't a lot of evidence for this line of thinking. You essentially have to go in with confirmation bias, the idea that your belief is correct, and so you can find find evidence that works because you already believe it to be true. That's not to say that this couldn't be the answer. All I'm saying is that right now, with the evidence we have, it can feel like a bit of a stretch. There's also the issue of M2 being in the basement of Ruin. I still firmly believe that the Mimic we meet in Ruin is M2 from Secret of the Mimic. So by having M2 go on to be the crying child, you have to jump through some weird hoops to make it survive Secret of the Mimic, but still end up locked away before Ruin happens. And those hoops are entirely speculative. It's me knowing point A and point C, and essentially just making up point B to fill in the gap, which isn't typically how I like to do things because it's speculative at best and fanficky at worst. There's also the small things, like why would we hear a flatline in FNAF 4 if David Afton was just a robot M2 the whole time? And of course, there's Gregbot, the most Marmite of our FNAF theories in recent years. Some people love it, and some people hate it. In fact, most people hate it. And believe me, I get it. I would love for some of our human characters to just be their own thing rather than copies of others. Plus, with M2 down in the basement, it means we end up with 3 mimics running around. And that just feels unsatisfying from a story perspective. Let's just say Vanessa is also a robot like the movie novelization seems to imply, and just have a full set. And that was kind of the point of this whole experiment. If we've learned anything from Secret of the Mimic, it was that everything we thought we knew, at the end of the day, were just theories. We don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, and so we're left to interpret what we do have, and that can be done a couple of different ways. That doesn't mean a theory is wrong necessarily. It's just that nothing can be truly said with certainty. A new game or book or heck, a toy could drop and suddenly it's back to the drawing board. We have to be open-handed with these ideas, explore all the avenues, and find the answers we think work best. If you don't like this interpretation, that's okay. There's a whole other ending of this theory waiting. FNAF's lore is open to you. And to really nail that home, I'm actually going to be going live right now, after this episode goes live, with John FNAF, Rytoast, ID's Fantasy, Hyperdroid, and
yeah, that already happened.
to talk about all of these interpretations and more in our live theorist talkback. So come by, say hi, and in the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching.
Alright, let's go back and watch the other one now. The Afton is innocent one. Okay, like I get it, but like he said, it does rely on the canon ending being the secret ending, which I think it could be, and my next theory does talk about that a little bit, but it's like it's not confirmed, obviously. And like I said, I think it's very possible that No, sorry. I don't think it makes much sense at all. I barely think it's possible for the Mimic to be the bite victim. I kind of get it, but also I don't think it makes any sense. So, all right, let's watch this new one. Let's watch the next one now. Hello, Emma Watson. How you doing? Let's go.
Ah, I see the concept of a Fazbear conspiracy caught your interest. Can't say I blame you. You're a theorist. Video game conspiracies are literally what we do best. And this connection between these characters immediately seems suspicious. It couldn't just be a coincidence, right? Oh no, my friends. This rabbit hole is big. Big enough to fit every iteration of William Afton we've had throughout the years. No, not you. Get out of here. Honestly, why do you even exist? What I'm trying to say is that a coincidence implies this kind of similarity has only happened once. However, thanks to Secret of the Mimic, we've actually got a bunch of quote-unquote coincidences between the original set of games and the new lore we've learnt about from this new game. Just look at one of the other important Murrays, Edwin. He is a brilliant robotics engineer whose life is defined by two things: his incredible world-changing inventions and the soul-crushing loss of his wife and son. He's a genius haunted by tragedy, whose own creations ultimately become twisted into something monstrous and turn against him, killing both him and his son. Now, flip over to what the original games told us about William Afton, a creative robotics genius whose entire family story is defined by loss and tragedy at the hands of the killer robots he created. Baby kills Elizabeth, Fredbear kills David, and Michael is then killed.
I mean, Fredbear isn't really his creation, but also I don't think he really cares that when his kids die. Like I don't think he wants his kids to die, but I don't think he cares that much when they do.
By the fun times. We also have the mysterious and absent Mrs. Afton, who we've theorized about in the past being represented by Ballora, the musical ballerina from Sister Location, mostly because of the song she sings.
Why do you hide inside your wall?
My McDonald's rewards.
walls. When there is music in my halls, all I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
Again, doesn't that sound familiar? Almost like it's exactly how M1 Fiona feels. Her husband locked away inside his walls, trying to work on projects, not spending any time with her.
I miss you.
All with the room of their dead child laying empty, waiting to be filled by M2. But wait, there's more! There's the old house on the hill with a secret underground workshop, the Murray house above MCM, and the Afton house above sister location. There's a robot designed to be a babysitter that essentially fails at their duty. Security Puppet was designed to protect Charlie, yet she dies, and M1 Fiona, who was designed to protect David, and yet he also dies on her watch. There's the burning down of a facility, but the main villain survives it. There's mysterious molten metal that works as a kind of power supply for the machines created, giving them life, as it were. You have the primary villains of the franchise, Afton and M1 Fiona.
I mean, I don't think that lava thing really powers them. I think it is probably just lava.
Wanting to put their children back together. And there's then the wonderful and ever underutilized baby, who gained sentience after the accidental death of William Afton's daughter, Elizabeth. William then rejects her, banishing her to a secret underground lair he built beneath
basement,
the house.
yeah.
A near beat for
Just
beat
like M1.
parallel of M2's
Yeah.
story of rejection from Edwin. I could go on, but I think you get the point. The number of times the stories from older games paralleled the stories of the Murray family cannot be purely coincidence. It's a pattern. They say history is doomed to repeat itself, but when it's this much, and when it involves as shady a company as Fazbear, you know there's something more going on. And that something is bigger than I could have ever imagined. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason these things all line up so perfectly is for one simple reason. The stories from the first 7 games, the ones that told us everything we knew about Henry, Charlie, William, Elizabeth, Michael, and David, are entirely made up. Now, to some degree, we knew this already.
All right. I'm ready to hear it again. I'm ready to hear it again.
Spare, you know there's something more going on, and that something is bigger than I could have ever imagined. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason these things all line up so perfectly is for one simple reason. The stories from the first 7 games, the ones that told us everything we knew about Henry, Charlie, William, Elizabeth, Michael, and David, are entirely made up. Now, to some degree, we knew this already.
Okay. I'm not ready to hear it again, so let's just keep going.
In my
I
theory,
think it's gonna get worse.
entirely made up.
I heard it
now,
again.
to some degree, we knew this already. In my theory crafting livestream, I kept bringing up the idea that in Help Wanted, we are told point blank that the games were just that, games.
For total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic.
The books corroborated it.
Couple things. 1, only 3 were made. 2, not even confirmed that they were the ones that we play.
With stories like The Monty Within, where kids
do a push-up or you like this theory? Okay, we're good. Did it.
Kids refer to Pizzeria Simulator as an in-universe game, where the mediocre melodies come from. But we also learned from Tape Girl that the whole indie dev story wasn't
Yeah, but also, I think that that's talking about the actual Pizzeria Simulator. Because we know that the events of FNAF 6 happen. Because we see the underground FNAF 6 location. And if we see the location, that means the events of the game happened. They said Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator game, implying that it's literally a Pizzeria Simulator game in-universe. Which makes sense. To start out with an in-universe game and then branch out back into an actual full-on horror game, which is canon events. So yeah, I don't think that means that the events of the game didn't happen.
Entirely truthful.
It's an elaborate cover-up to make light of what happened.
And so we basically used that line as a way to explain away some of the inconsistencies, but really the stories were just as we originally thought. However, since then, we've had a few more pieces of evidence that would seem to suggest they're not fictionalized versions of real events, they're just fiction. One of the earliest stories from Tales from the Pizzaplex is Help Wanted, and in it we learn about Steve Snodgrass, a developer that was hired by Fazbear to make the first 3 to 4 games to make light of the rumors of murder and death surrounding the business. But as he works on it, his mind begins to fall apart thanks to sound illusion discs. Not only did Fazbear never tell him what the story really was, he was working purely on rumors, he was also being driven insane. So how trustworthy is that? And in the Walmart exclusive Tales story Monster, yeah, we're going that deep.
This came out over a year ago. I still haven't read it. I'm straight up. I need to read this. I think I should read this. Okay, let's keep going. Hold on.
Here, we learn about a kid who writes stories about a pizzeria owner in the local paper, claiming that he is a serial killer and abuser, turning the whole town against him. In fact, the stories he whips up sound an awful lot like the FNAF 1 newspapers we see in the game. But throughout the story, we're told explicitly that these stories are completely fictional, fabrications made up by a kid with a grudge. And if that's the case, we're being shown that these FNAF 1 newspapers also can't be trusted. And with that in mind, it makes you question what else can be trusted. Of course, I'm not saying that
You're looking incredible in that dress.
Absolutely everything is fake. If we have corroborating evidence, especially from the steel wool era of games, the ones that took that meta approach and revealed to us the real world that these games existed in, then we should be good to go. Like, we do know that William and Henry existed. They're mentioned in Secret of the Mimic audio and text logs. Likewise, a FNAF 6 location definitely existed because we find it underneath the Pizzaplex. And clearly, there was an incident or incidents that Fazbear wanted to cover up with a set of video games in the first place, as we're told about in Help Wanted. However, what I'm saying is what caused those events might now be something entirely different, because outside of those in-universe games, we don't really have any evidence for them, and so we can't rely on them as 100% true, or even rely on them happening as we saw them at all. And when you open up that can of worms, suddenly everything we thought we knew is thrown into question. Was William Afton actually a murderer, or just an awful business owner? Did Michael die and come back to life as a purple husk? Was anything ever really possessed by spirits to begin with? Maybe instead of a murdery business owner with a bunch of ghost children possessing animatronics, it was always just a rogue AI that Fazbear got their hands on, they couldn't control, and had a habit of stuffing people into suits that could also mimic the behavior and voices of children. I mean, Scott did say that was the kind of story he was more interested in telling.
I know there's a little bit of a divide with maybe me and the fan base. I have a tendency to lean sci-fi, even though I try to come back into the roots of the supernatural. So anything that involves possession of AI or possession of machines or circuitry, I love that sort of thing.
That would be an absolute PR nightmare. In fact, it would have been more than a nightmare. It would have been the PR apocalypse. Admitting to the world, oh yeah, our proprietary self-learning AI has absorbed the trauma of its creator, developed a violent streak, and has now started stuffing customers into animatronic suits. We don't know how to stop it, and we are liable for all of it. That would be the end of the company. But if you had a scapegoat, like a jerk boss who happened to die on the premises in one of their faulty spring-lock suits, oh yeah, it was totally him. Our founder was secretly a monster. We all knew he was a jerk, but we didn't think he'd go this far. He did everything, but it's over now. The monster's gone. Case closed. And
see, I think the biggest problem with this theory, like this line of thinking about like the games not happening, is Tape Girl says that they did happen. Like, she says that the indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. Meaning what happens in them are real events. And again, even if the games were meant to be completely fictional, there's no confirmation really that they were the games that we play. Because yes, they mentioned Freddy Fazbear Pizzeria Simulator. Again, that's probably just a real life simulator considering the events of the game still have to happen. And because that game has to happen, that means that both FNAF 6 location and FNAF 3 have to happen, and for FNAF 3 to happen, FNAF 1 and 2 have to happen. So like those events very clearly still happened. We also, yes, there is FNAF games in Help Wanted, but I don't think that, but like I said, only a few games were mentioned in the game's timeline, including FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 6. But Sister Location, never mentioned, and we still see events from there in the game too. Those are real events that still happen in the game's timeline, and this game was just meant to, I guess, remake those events in real life. Also, I will just say, I don't think that there's any point in really doing that, because in having the original games just be games in universe, because those games, they all have their own story, and that story still ties in with the modern story. So I feel like it would just be really weird if, like, they were just completely disconnected. Especially since there's stories like Pressure, which talk about the rumors and how people still are very aware they still happened. So I just don't think that the idea overall makes any sense.
Things like FNAF 6. Was it a gathering of ghosts, or was it a corporate cleanup? A recall, where Fazbear did what it could to contain their rogue AI, sending something like a recall signal, or a specific frequency or data packet that would force any machine running the Mimic program to be drawn to one location. And that famous speech, it isn't a heartfelt eulogy, it's Fazbear cementing Afton's role as the fictional villain, putting a final neat bow on their scapegoat, with the real fire probably just being a calculated attempt to destroy all the evidence of their rogue AI. And for a while, they probably thought they succeeded. And so they built the Pizzaplex on top of the old establishment, only to reintroduce the Mimic via some old circuit boards. William Afton, his family, their story was created to turn Fazbear's failure in stopping the mechanical mess they adopted into a spoopy ghost story. And not only did they rewrite Afton's history, but to be sure that people wouldn't trace it back to their acquisition of Murray's Costume Manor and Edwin's Mimic, they took parts of Edwin's story and planted it onto their founders. Fiona was a puppeteer, and so M1 was translated into a puppet created by Henry to protect his child. One of the most traumatic events of Edwin's life, the death of his son, became the death of Afton's son, the Bite of 83. The echoes of M1's Fiona's grief over her lack of connection with Edwin after the death of their son turned into a verse from a video game, A Ghost's Lament. One of M1's final messages to Edwin,
"It is me. I'm Fiona,"
became the words screamed by another overarching and vengeful spirit. Even the words that Edwin actually spoke to M1 Fiona about M2, that it could never replace his real son, are now just the infamously confusing line we hear in a fictional show.
The baby isn't mine.
Fazbear may not have stolen Edwin's inventions, but they did steal his story, twisting it and removing all memory of Edwin and his contributions from the equation. His merits and...
The week before is also an in-universe book, or not an in-universe book, like it's a real, it takes place in the game's timeline, and so does the logbook, and they show that Mike exists and like the pizzerias like still have like possession and stuff like that, so that stuff also doesn't really make sense.
Folds split apart and grafted onto a scapegoat to keep it all in-house, while also absolving themselves of all wrongdoing. But while I think there is a lot of evidence to support this whole idea, from the parallels in the games, lines in the books, even Scott himself, there's just one issue that I cannot shake. It kinda sucks as an answer. It's basically turning around and telling us, yeah, the last 10 years of theorizing, it doesn't matter, start over. And that is just super disheartening for us fans who have spent all those years trying desperately to take small pieces of the puzzle and put them together in such a way that we create a cohesive story. We've spent 10 years building up our ideas of Afton, of Henry, of the crying child, only for this idea to essentially flush them down the drain. It's one of the reasons why some of the early reactions to Secret of the Mimic's lore were so angry and frustrated, because Secret of the Mimic's whole thing was revealing to all of us that we didn't really know the truth about what was going on, even though we thought we did. It was revealing information we basically had no way of knowing until very recently, which is tough compared to the quote good old days, where even though solving FNAF was hard, it felt like the pieces were all there for us to use, rather than key information being withheld for the sake of a twist. And this theory would kind of just perpetuate that idea. It would also make theorizing incredibly challenging going forward, at least more than it already is. We can speculate about how some elements might fit together, as I've done a little bit today, but it's just that, speculation, because we don't have any sense of how much those old games can even be used as evidence. I'm sure a bunch of you out there hate this idea. Heck, I don't really like it either. We here at Theorist have been big proponents of Scott rebooting the franchise and its story for quite some time. This, however, wasn't what we meant. But there is some hope, because this, like every video, is a theory. And if Secret of the Mimic taught us anything, it's that we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle at this point. All we can do is interpret what we have as best we can, and that can be done in a couple of different ways, like we've done with today's theory. If this ending isn't up your Bonnie bowling alley, you can always go and check out the other.
Oh yeah, also Didophobia exists.
Other ending for today's theory that is a little more on the keep everything canon side. At the end of the day, the important thing is that we are open-handed, be willing to explore all the avenues and work together, because that is how we solve this weird and wonderful franchise. And right now, I'm going to be doing just that by going live with John FNAF, Right Toast, ID's.
Okay, so I liked a lot of parts. Okay, I liked some parts, and I didn't like a lot of parts. Yeah, that's my reaction. I think I made myself pretty clear on my thoughts on this theory throughout. And yeah, that's it. That's it all for the reaction. Alright, well, well, that happened. So, I think I'm gonna end stream now. That all happened. And yeah.